Little devils, welcome on in. How are you doing? How's it going, you cheeky little individuals? Well, I was going to jump straight into interesting atmosphere. Here we are at the Labyrinth, going full David Bowie. But the community have decided otherwise. They've decided that they want to do shenanigans and preposterousness. All right, look, it's your time. It's your time. All right, right. Before we go anywhere, it seems that, first of all, we had somebody subscribe to tier 3 while I was offline. A member of this wonderful community who is in the chat. But because they subscribed offline, I'm assuming that they don't want me to call out. But I have inscribed their name upon the Mirror of Vein. I have inscribed their name upon the cheeky little tier 3 Mirror of Vein. And now I will do the others you decided to throw in there like it ain't no thing. Good lord. Right, first of all, we have Milky Pork with the 55 months. Good lord, you cheeky little devil. Milky Pork. The only way to have pork.
Panda to it, panda to it.
Because why not start of chaotic we do be like that.
Yeah, you do. You do, Lunicon.
Yeah, you subscribed.
Good lord, and Ginger Lily coming in with the prime, you beautiful queen. Ginger Lily, I did get your message, by the way. I haven't had the chance to respond to it, but I did get it. I did get it. Fear ye not, all right? Zooty Booty coming in with the 34 months. Zooty Booty with the 34 months. And then Lunicorn came in with the tier 2 for 3 months in advance. All of these are being paid subscriptions, which mean we're taking us several steps closer to the 70-30
Panda to it.
What's the difference between a camera and a sock? A camera takes photos and a sock takes 5 toes.
That was terrible. That was terrible. That was terrible. That was terrible. God damn it, Sebastian. That was terrible. God, oh my god. Rude. Rude is what it was. And then, finally, Razot gifting us up to Flying Folks.
Panda to it, panda to it.
The train. There,
Third
I touched
carriage
it.
connected.
Yeah, you subscribed.
Anonymous gifting us up to Sorry, the audacity. Ginger Lily. And then Lunicon with the 100 little panderings, Badian with the 100 little panderings, anonymous to Sorry.
Third carriage connected.
Outrageous. Why? Why are you like this? Why? What is going on here? Stop touching the train. Friends, if you're new here, just in case you are new here, please be aware of the fact that the hype train is like an impromptu erection. If you leave it alone, it'll go away. All right? Good lord. Good lord, I tell you. Also, is anybody watching us in the vertical video? Is anybody watching us on the vertical dynamics? Can anyone see? Tell me how it is. Tell me what it looks like. Tell me what's going on. Tell me what's happening. Tell me what's the hippie hat. Painted Lady coming in, cheeky devil.
Yeah, you subscribed.
What do you like, Clement cheeky kisses? Shazza coming in with the 4 months. The corruption is settling in very nicely, taking us a step closer to the 70-30 split. We've passed the 60-40 now. We've passed the 60-40. We're on our way to the 70-30 split for August. Shazza, you beautiful being. I've inscribed all of those names upon the Mirror of Vein. All right? By having your names upon the Mirror of Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devils, and of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing, oh, also Lunicorn, you get access to the tier 2 Pokemon emotes with my face on them. But the most important thing is you tier 1s have got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? And Lunicorn, you got to roll over every morning and go, God, I wish I was someone else, just so I can look at me. And you all need to go, ooh, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know, you cheeky devils. Good lord, all right? Good lord. Look, you made my little thing go around
Panda
as well.
to go. Panda to it, panda to it.
It must be really easy being a train conductor. All you have to do is stay on track.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
You vex me. You vex me, Sebastian. You vex me. Midgard coming in with the 23 months, just as I've put the bloody mirror down. Just as I've put the bloody mirror down. Good lord. I've inscribed your name also upon the Mirror of Vein. By having your name upon the Mirror of Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not upon Snapchat, of course, you get access to all the sexy little emos, but the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know? mirror workout stream. This one's not quite as heavy as some of the other ones have been, so so it's not so much of a problem. It's not so much of a problem. Right, I was going to say hello to everybody, but evidently you've all chosen chaos today. By the way, friends, for those people that are not aware, I do not normally stream on a Friday. However, the community, as is showing here, up there, this whole thing, depending on whether you're watching on the on vertical or on horizontal, depends on where I'm pointing. But anyway, due to the donation goals, the community have won a way of me saying thank you, to say thank you, you delightful individuals, for supporting me and helping me out and doing the bits and pieces. And what you voted for was for us to play more of the Labyrinth tabletop roleplay game, which is the reason why I am dressed like this. And we will be jumping into the realms of the Land of Yore, the third part
Hand it to my ego.
of
Hand
the
it to
tabletop
it. Hand
roleplay
it
game.
to it.
Historical fact. Today in 1862 the Vienna Stadtpark, the first public park and garden in
Hand
Austria,
it to my ego.
opens its
Hand it to it.
gates.
Hand it to it.
Okay,
Really? That
the
is
last
very
one.
interesting. Last one, Scar. Good lord. I mean, you've got a bloody hype train going. There's no last one. Not for another 50 seconds. All right? Until it's gone. Until it's choo-chooed the fuck out of here. I just cannot trust you. I can't trust a single one of you. Nope, not one of you.
Hand
Good
it
lord.
to my ego. Hand it to
Outrageous.
it. Hand it to it.
Lab jokes. What do you call a Labrador that does magic tricks? A Labracadabrador.
I hate you. I hate you and the horse you rode in on. Whatever, whosever horse that is, I hate that horse too. All right? All of the horses. You and your dad joke horses from the dad joke farm. I hate them all. All of them. Just disgusting. Outrageous. How dare you? How very dare you? All right? Ah, good lord. You lot. Thank you very much, friends, for the hype train. Well, 4, 3, 2, 1, done. Friends, thank you so much for the hype train. If you have got hype train emotes, could you please throw them out? And I'd say a massive thank you to all those people that subbed, that gifted sub, that throw all those little babies out there. I really, really appreciate it. You are very, very, very kind. As I said, this is not a day that I normally stream. It's not a day that I normally come and entertain. However, because you people have been unreasonably generous and unreasonably kind, I asked you what you would like as a reward, and you said that you would like the Labyrinth stream. Which is the third part of the Labyrinth. If you are interested in watching part 1 and part 2, they are available on the VODs and Vanity channel. I'm imagining most of you have been here before already, so you all know what's going on and what's happening. But for those people that might not have been, the way that it works is I have created a character for chat to
Hand
play.
it to my ego.
All
Hand
of
it
you.
to it. Hand it to it.
Historical fact. Today in 1673 de Ruyter defeats the English and French fleets during the sea battle near Kijkduin.
Well, shit. There you go. I did not know this. All of these historical facts that I had no clue about. No clue at all. But yes, so thank you very much for the 100 little panderings as well, Zabani. I feel like every single time we do a historical fact, I'm in the middle of something and then I forgot to say thank you. But I genuinely very, very much appreciate it, you beautiful being. I genuinely do. It's very, very nice of you. TTS butchered the Dutch names. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. To be honest with you, TTS butchers English and it's trained in English, so I don't know what... There's no real excuse. There's no real excuse. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, I've created a character for chat to play. So you are all playing one character and you are going through the realms of the Labyrinth. We started at the city walls, we have gone through the Hedge Mazes, and now we are into the Lands of Yore. If you have watched the movie, it's the area that is with the bog of eternal stench and the trash heaps. But I will explain all of that in a little while. Let me say hi to people, because evidently nobody wants to get into the Labyrinth yet. You want to cause chaos, because who would want anything else, right? For you, come here, Cheeky Devil. What do you like, lemon cheek kisses? Tin
Hand
of
it to my
gin?
ego. Hand it to it.
What do you
Hand
like,
it to
lemon cheek
it.
kisses?
Yeah. You're what now?
God damn it, Brathotter. That's it. Hold on, roll the dice. That's it, I quit. End stream. End stream. Where's the end stream button? We are many. We are one. You are indeed. I should have called the character Legion, shouldn't I, really? And Scar, come here, Cheeky Devil. What do you like, Clement Cheeky Kisses, you beautiful individual? Right, let me say hi to people. Eris, how you doing? Midgar, you beautiful bean. Kelda, Spire, Cheeky Devil, Scarf for you. Hello, you beautiful bean. Beans. Yeah, I am trialing out. So Twitch have rolled out this new incentive.
Panda to Mago. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Total chaos would ensue.
Would?
What would happen if the fly on the wall told the elephant in the room about the skeleton in the closet?
Oh, and you did the bloody punchline first in order. God damn it! Outrageous. Don't laugh. Do not encourage this behavior, all right? Don't encourage this behavior. It is outrageous. God damn it. Everybody, and thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. Bloody outrageous, I tell you. Yes, for those people that are wondering why, if you are watching on mobile and you are seeing me in the vertical dynamics currently, that is because Twitch have rolled out an incentive for people to do, for more streamers to do vertical or co-streaming, not co-streaming, multi-streaming. Either way, we are streaming now in horizontal and we're streaming in vertical. So people on mobile can choose, I believe, between vertical and horizontal. But the way that it works is basically for every 5 gift subs, Twitch are going to give an extra one or something like that, so long as you're in. In fact, you know what? There's literally a link there. What does it say? What does it say? Purchasing gift subs. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Gift them all. Gift to the community. Reward schemes. Okay, that doesn't help me at all. There is a big thing at the top of my screen that says bonuses, bonus subs presented by Twitch dual format. That's what they call it, dual format. So we're trying out. I've been wanting to try this out anyway for a while. I've been wanting to try out the difference between horizontal formatting and vertical format for people on mobiles, because I think it's easier to see things on mobile if we're in vertical. But I don't know. We're experimenting. I've not really had much time to experiment with it. There are less scenes in the vertical one, but I've tried my best to cover at least as many as I can for this section, or for this stream. We will see. We'll see what happens. If there's any issue, let me know. Hi is German word for shark. Interesting. Very, very good. Very good. I'm going to whip down, by the way, friends. If I miss stuff, it's because I'm trying to catch up with stuff. Vet Girl, how you doing? Kiara Strings, you beautiful bean. Caro, hello, you beautiful individual. Ika Denis coming in with the... How many streams was that? It was... Oh, my God. Ego Denis with the 10 streams in a row you've been streaking through here. Tigger Fellini coming in with the 7 streams. Reb Gresh coming in with the 25 streams. Kiara Strings with the 250 streams. And Loki the Khajiit with the 30 streams. All of you running around. It's been pissing it down all day. I don't know how you're running around all naked like that. I just don't... I don't know how you're doing it. Outrageous. Excuse me. Outrageous, I tell you. Bloody outrageous. Vampire Nix, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Honda Dino, you beautiful human being, welcome on in. Yes, we will be doing some Labyrinth stuff today. Claire Lou, welcome on in. Yuko Butterfly, how you doing? How's it going? Painted Lady, how you doing? How's it going? Thank you so much for all these beautiful people that are lurking. I won't call you out, but I appreciate you using your channel points to lurk with us today. Do we think that VV can remain vertical? If so, for how long? Held aspire. Depends who's inviting me to the boudoir, I have to say, you know. Danae Raven, how you doing? Naria, excuse me. Hello, you cheeky devil. Doing an eventing at a pirate festival. Created my own ship with some friends that our ship's name was the Goblin Queen's Revenge. Our entire theme is based off the Labyrinth with pirate goblins. I love that. There are actually pirate goblins in this book as well. Depends whether you find them today, because the way that today's story is going, because this isn't, I thought, for those people that are not aware, I thought this was a choose your own adventure. It is not a choose your own adventure. It is very much a tabletop roleplay game. So I have had to basically write an entire story for it. Fortunately, we've got loads and loads of scenarios in here, which makes it a little bit easier for me to do. However, the way that I have built it all out is there is a network of options. And depending on what chat choose, depends on which set of options you go down. Some of the things I have invented. Some of these I have taken and then rewritten so that they work a little bit better for the kind of storyline we're looking for. So, you know, it's interesting. Dabber Cogsworth, hello, you beautiful individual. Hope you're doing well. Want to make a cosplay of the woman with all the stuff on her back? Oh, the trash lady. They are in here as well. There's in fact, everything that you see in the Labyrinth movie is in this book for sure. For sure. How you doing, Tigger Fellini, you beautiful individual? Whole week of streaking, outrageous, outrageous, I tell you. Helena the Unicorn, how you doing, you beautiful being? Reb Gresh, of course. Milky Pork, Cheeky Devil, Becca gone by. Hello, hello, hello. I think I'm catching up with most people. Wanderer Cripple, hello, you cheeky devil. Welcome on in. How's it going? How's it going? Lunicorn, of course, of course. I hope you're doing well. Ghost Emma Jane, hello, you beautiful human being. Welcome on in. How's it going for you? Of course. I think I have most people now. Claudithus, hello, you beautiful individual. I'm catching up steadily but surely. We need Van as a Goblin King. Well, there is a good chance. This is obviously like my go-to makeshift kind of cosplay for the Goblin King. However, I still haven't done it, but I do need to reach out to a wonderful individual who runs a professional wig company, has reached out to me being like, hey, would you be interested in getting a professional, like proper Jareth wig made? So there is a good chance that I will do that. And the thing about that is that once I've got that, I then am going to look into doing the rest of it properly, because this is all right, this is okay, and the boots and everything, you know, but it's not perfect. It doesn't have the dance magic dance. Do you know what I mean? It's missing a couple things. First of all, my sexy little leggings are meant to come like right up here, and then this waistcoat is meant to be much shorter. It's a very high-waisted set of leggings he wears, you know. Makeup is on point. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Ginger Lily, how you doing, you beautiful being? Hestia, hello, you glorious individual. Welcome on in. Classic Chunk, you beautiful being. Thank you very much for the 4-5 like the panderings. I don't even remember buying bits on here, but here I have my last ones. I appreciate that, Chunk. I appreciate that. I will put them towards bread, probably. Probably. My comfort blanket. Oh, I'm very glad to hear that, Painted Lady. That's very kind of you to say, you beautiful being. Zabadian, hello, you beautiful individual. How's it going? Cheeky little anonymous. Lua Pasara, hello, you cheeky devil. Welcome on in. I'm an amazing Jareth. You spoiled me. You spoiled with me with your compliments, you beautiful being. Shazza, hello, you cheeky devil. Bless you, darling. Welcome on in. Anetta, hello, hello, hello. I feel like I've missed somebody. If I've missed you, please just say hi and chat again, and I will get to it eventually. Sweet Mini Wolf, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Qualia, hello, you cheeky little devil. How's it going? I'm still working my way down. Is this a different aspect ratio? Yes. So I think the vertical one is just 1080, but vertical. So it'll be 19. Is it 1920 by 1080? Whichever way the round is, but it should be good enough for the phone. According to everything I've researched and implemented, it should be good enough for the phone. And hopefully, everything will work fine in regards to doing the extra scenes, doing the different scenes and stuff. Because there are other scenes, obviously. So hopefully, if you're watching on your phone, it'll be a better viewing experience. But I believe that if you don't like the vertical one, you can still rotate it around and get the horizontal version based on the settings that Twitch have told me to implement in my programming. So it should, theoretically speaking, all be good in the proverbial hood. Womble, how you doing, you beautiful individual? How's it going? I'm afraid we're not going to the Labyrinth. So we're doing the Labyrinth today. And then next week, is it next Thursday? Next Thursday, the 27th, I have got my tattoo in the morning, and then I am going to do the audiobook of Dracula. So we'll be continuing our Dracula reading on Thursday, the 27th of August, because this stream was for the last donation goal, and then you obliterated the current donation goal, and I haven't reset it yet because it feels really cheeky to reset it like instantly. So I haven't reset it yet. I genuinely have got no fucking idea when I'm going to reset it, and then I'm going to have to put out some more things for you to vote on, because you people are just far too bloody generous for your own good, it seems. Far too bloody generous for your own good. Which is the only thing that I can really say about it, you know? Poke the train. Bloody train pokers. Lotus Saka, hello you cheeky devil. I'm a good girl, honestly. Well, that's what happens. You keep poking the train. Bloody hype train. Good lord. And then we are at the end of the hype train. That's how far behind I am. I'm catching up though, steadily but surely. I'm catching up. Whipping down. Tedious Melody, how you doing, you beautiful individual? All you people coming in with your bloody gifts. Tier 2 and Tier 3 gifts. I have to say, I do like the Tier 2 and Tier 3 gifts. I genuinely do really like the Tier 2 and 3 gifts. However, there is something about them that I don't like. That is because Twitch have decided that if you don't like the Tier 2 and Tier 3 gifts as a streamer, you can turn them off, which is a great thing. If you don't like something, you can turn it off. That's absolutely fantastic. However, if you try to turn them off, it comes up with a big warning. And the warning says, if you do not want to use Tier 2 and Tier 3 gifts, we will notify all of your Tier 2 and Tier 3 subscribers and give them the option to cancel. And it just feels like fucking playground politics. It's like, you don't want this option that we're trying to implement. Well, we're going to tell everyone that they can cancel you. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, really? Can't you just put somebody turn it off if they haven't had enough? You know what I mean? If they're struggling or they don't want to have to deal with it, or it's clogging up chat and they're being really fucking overwhelmed by it, do you have to throw in fucking consequences? Do you know what I mean? I genuinely thought that the gifts idea was a really good idea. I was like, that's a great call. That's a really nice thing to roll out and stuff like that. I can see how it can be abused, but doing it on Tier 2 and Tier 3, but there's a potential that there's not going to happen because people are paying money to be all right with it. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're invested in the stream. However, I don't like there being consequences of taking it off. Do you know what I mean? If you don't like it, you should be allowed to not like it without consequence. It feels like a pretty standard fucking thing. Feels like a pretty standard thing that evidently they're not fucking about with, so whatever. So I'm curious, do you record with two different cameras at the same time? One horizontal, one vertical? No, they're the same camera. So the people on the horizontal camera are seeing the same thing as the people on the vertical camera. And then if I go over to this scene, you get two different cameras. You get the one down here, and then my face camera. So that when I'm rolling dice and stuff, you can see it all the bits and pieces and stuff like that. So for vertical people, it's underneath me, and for horizontal people, it's over this side. You know? Yeah, I know. Nibbering, thank you very much for the exclamation mark whip. I appreciate that. Iloana, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside and between, Vet Girl 10 minutes ago redeemed a praise and mods. Could you please throw out some mod loves in the channel? I would really, really appreciate it, you beautiful individuals. I would very much appreciate that. I said hello during the raid, but I've spaced out a little. Hello, low cut shirt is very good. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. There was a raid? I missed the raid. There was a hype train. Was there a raid in when I was still on my starting soon screen? Oh, it's not showing up. Who knows? Oh, the train. Ah, I got you. It's all right. If I'm very spaced out today myself, so I fully understand the dynamic of just being like, yeah, whatever that thing was, I spaced out during that. Yeah. Seeing your Jazz cosplay lured me into your channel for the first place. Aw, Lotus Saka, you beautiful thing. That's very, very kind of you to say. Well, hopefully at some stage in the near future, I say in the near future, in the next couple of months, I'll actually have like a proper wig to go with it, which would be very, very cool. But then I feel like I'm going to need to get like a net box to put over the wig so it stays in pristine condition at all times. As I would, if I'm going to be spending that amount of money on a wig, then I want to make sure that it is well protected. Do you know what I mean? On the mobile touch, the 3 dots to get the settings, you can change the view. Ah, okay, so it's not just a case of rotating around you. You got to do it yourself. Okay, that's cool. But horizontal is closer? I don't know. You should see, like, vertical is like, if I move my hands like there, that is what the vertical people are seeing. Just this section here at the moment. And then, as I understand it, chat should be like overlaid automatically down here somewhere. Whereas, obviously, all the horizontal people can see chat popping up there. You know, mods, by the way, thank you very much for being here, especially today, because today is not a day that I normally stream by any stretch of the imagination. And therefore, I really appreciate you popping along on a Friday night. Come and help me out, you beautiful individuals. That's very, very kind of you. You know what I mean? Sounds petty as fuckism. Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I was talking about this with some other streamer friends of mine.
Panda to it! Panda to it!
Why did the vampire with dentures keep a glass of blood on his nightstand? He needed something to sink his teeth in.
Outrageous. Outrageous, Becca. Outrageous. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. A fake holiday. How you doing, you beautiful individual? How's it going? I don't normally stream on a Friday, but here I am. Here I am. Could I get a shout out for fake holiday, please, darling moderators, if I've got one available? I would appreciate you. I would appreciate that. That'd be interesting to see how the shout out works on my overlay as well, actually. Or my vertical overlay, should I say. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, thank you very much. Oh, that's interesting. So it's a tiny little one for the horizontal one, for the vertical one. And then, either way, people go check out Faye. Faye's a wonderful, wonderful being. A member of the stream team. I am a part of a member of the Good Time Zone, which immediately makes them a fantastic individual. Immediately makes them a fantastic individual because there's a very vigorous vetting process. A very vigorous vetting process. There's a tongue twister and a half. In order to get into the Good Time Zone, which I am glad to see. But that obviously means they're automatically an amazing person. But on top of that, I also really enjoy their stuff, which means they're doubly an amazing person. You should go check them out. Go throw them some love. Go throw them some love, for sure, for sure, for sure. You may see them in crow form. They are a were-crow. Actually, no, we talked about this. It's not a were-crow. It's a were-human. They are mostly crow. But on the full moon, they transform into a human being. But only on the full moon. Wild. It's wild. It's a very strange dynamic. If you can have were-creatures, then you must be able to have a were-human as well. Other animals have been bitten by a rabid were-human. And now they turn into a human once every full moon. It makes all of the sense in the world, alright? It makes all the sense in the world. You have to click for chat and it's very small, about 3 lines showing. That sounds very similar to the way that TikTok Live does it and YouTube Live does it. And I think it's the same for Instagram as well, if I remember correctly. Come, gather round. I think you might be able to scroll through it. I don't know. It depends. Do what you want. Do what you want. It's your viewing pleasure. You do whatever it is you want, you know? Jilly Bean, hello, you beautiful individual. Welcome back on in. Oh, my lordy, and I've caught up with chat. This is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. About half an hour into stream. This is great. Had to check the moon status. 7 days until the full moon. We are still safe for now. I'm glad. I like the way you tip-tap with your little crow claws upon the mobile phone screen. Weirdly, it picks up the tippy taps of your crow claws. You know what I mean? What I will do, friends, before we start, before we kick into it, before we get ourselves all indulged. Oh, Nibberin, you wonderful being. Thank you very much for screenshotting the me as a vertical person and putting me into the mod chat. I very much appreciate that. That's very cool. That's very, very cool. I mean, it's very interesting because I have been meaning to try out the vertical versus horizontal dynamics, the dual formatting, for a while. And it's good to, like, have been pushed into it. And it's evidently something that Twitch are interested in pushing as well. From what I understand, from the metrics point of view, it's 70% of new viewers come from mobile phone viewers. So people that log in on their mobile phone, which just a little heads up, if you are a person that's logged in on your mobile phone, please don't ever subscribe from your mobile phone. Subscribe from a desktop, because if you subscribe from a mobile phone, then whatever app store you use, whether it be Google or Apple or what have you, they will take a cut from it, and you will end up paying more money for your subscription. All right, so if you have the ability to get onto a desktop, if not, I think you can force it to go onto desktop on your phone, and you can do it that way, which is a bit of a faff, but it means that you will save more money in the long run. But yeah, it's everything in the incentive for Twitch, because they're saying for every 5 gifted subs, they're gonna gift another. Oh, I think it's maybe if somebody gifts 5 subs, they'll give an extra 1, as opposed to for every 5. Which are 2 completely different things. So yeah, I think that's where it's at. That's where it's at, you know. Salty Seeking, welcome on in. You luck where you both been. So from the phone, always pay £6 a month for tier 1. Yeah, I think it's only meant to be about £5. So you're being charged an extra £1, Painted Lady, purely because you subscribe via phone. We do talk about this quite periodically. It's not something that gets brought up all the time, because I forget to think about it, or forget to talk about it all the time. But every so often we'll be like, oh yeah, remember, if you're doing it, I believe there is a way. And if you're interested, Painted Lady, I'm sure that somebody in the Discord will be able to talk you through it, to make it so you can access the browser version on your phone just to subscribe, so that you don't get charged that extra £1. If you can't be bothered and you're happy to pay the extra £1, then fair enough. But that extra £1 goes directly to whatever app store. It goes directly to Apple Pay, or it goes directly to the Google Play Store, or what have you. Meta Wi-Fi, how's it going? You're on my phone, so I can take you wherever I go. Subs on the computer, though? Yes. Yeah. If you ever need to renew on mobile, open mobile browser, go to twitch.tv/pubs. It should let you on do it that way. Sometimes it automatically goes, oh, you're on a mobile? Oh, in which case, we're going to make sure that you watch the mobile version of it, which is a pain in the ass. But there is a way to force, I think it's in the settings of your browser, you can force desktop mode, which forces it to go into a desktop. And that way you can subscribe and save yourself some money. Do you know what I mean? No, Google, I want Valen to have my money, not you. I know, it's outrageous. Scandalous and preposterous. How dare they? How very dare they? Can I be asked my house? That's entirely fair. If that's what you're happy with, Painted Lady, that's cool. I'd just like to let everybody know, because if people would like to save money, then I'd rather them have the ability to do so, you know? Moment to switch the laundry over. That's good. What I'm going to do very, very, very quickly, and it'll take me a couple of seconds, friends. I'm just going, because I was so busy trying to get this vertical thing sorted, I'm just going to go and grab myself a fizzy pop beverage with caffeine in it, that I'll put in another one of these so we don't ruin the atmosphere, because I definitely need the sugar and the caffeine today. I have not had enough sleep. By any stretch of the imagination. I was far too busy at a naughty BDSM night last night. It was very naughty and very wonderful. I had a great time. Give me 2 seconds, all right? Metaphorical seconds, not literal ones, all right? I just need to go get fizzy goodness. Fizzy good. Yeah. That is better. Now I can feel the power of the caffeinated delightfulness. That sugar is going to do me fucking wonders. I'm not going to lie to you. Do I also found, friends, and I think I'm going to, at some stage, probably not now, because you people have been far too generous already, but I found a metal version of this. It's like a bit smaller. But I found this is like the official Labyrinth like Jareth necklace, but I found a metal version that I think is like silver and gold or what have you, and I was like, ooh, I might stick that on my throne wish list at some point, because people are always looking for new and interesting things to stick on there. But I feel like if I'm gonna do the full cosplay properly, that I'm gonna need to have like a proper one as opposed to this chunk of plastic that I currently have, you know. Interesting. Where did you find it? I think it was Etsy. Jareth Nicholas. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, this one. Although saying that, that's interesting. That's not from the site I was thinking it was. Oh, that's the bigger one. Ooh, this is going to be interesting because I don't think I've set up the internet. I haven't set up the internet version for... I didn't think I was going to need to set up the internet version for today's stream. But for you people that are looking at the horizontal one, I will show you this, all right? For the people that are watching the vertical one, you're just going to have to trust that it's amazing. I will stick the link is what I'll do. I'll stick the link in the thingy, but this is what it looks like. And I suppose that's quite big. If that's like the Labyrinth book that's very similar to this one, then it does look quite big. But it's the same, it's one of these, but like all in metal, which is very, very fancy. Right, give me 2 seconds. I'll bring this back over here. And then what I'll do is I'll stick the link to the thing in the chat. And that way, anybody who is on the vertical can now click on the link. Oh, fucking hell, it's a massive link. Either way, it's there now. It's done. But yes, very fancy dancy. Looking all beautiful and stuff, you know. Right. Interesting. That's not what I wanted. Oh my god, why is everything moving? Nothing is where I thought it was. It's okay. It's alright. I'll deal with all that later. It's gorgeous. Yes, isn't it? It is a beautiful one, which is the reason why I was like, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it properly. You know what I mean? If I'm going to do it, then I'm going to do it properly. What I didn't realize, though, is that is the necklace. Like, this is the necklace that Jareth wears. However, in the last scene, in the final scene, where he's like all part owl and shit like that, and he's got like a big fluffy beautiful thing on, it's the other way around. It's gold with a silver inlay as opposed to silver with a gold inlay, which is just fascinating. Just very, very interesting. Anyway, friends, we should look at getting into the joys of the Labyrinth. May I confess, you have never seen the Labyrinth. Becca gone by. Outrageous is what that is. Outrageous. All right, okay. Thank you very much, Sembar, for letting me know. So yeah, is it good? Depends. It depends. I personally, Becca, think that the Labyrinth is an absolutely exquisite piece of 80s, 90s cinema. I think it's fantastic. I think the storyline is absolutely amazing. I think it's gorgeous. I think the way that the puppets are and the whole scenario, everything about it is absolutely fucking amazing and beautiful and glorious. That being said, I also understand that I have a lot of nostalgia with it. I feel a lot of nostalgia when I think about the Labyrinth. And I definitely feel it. Like when we went to see Labyrinth in concert, where they literally played all the music alongside the movie, it was exquisitely beautiful for me. I think if you grew up in like the 80s and 90s, and even if you grew up in the 80s and 90s, you will have a lot of love for it, purely because of the fact that you remember how TV and cinema and movies and stuff used to be that way back then. If you grow up after that in like the 2000s, then I feel like there's a chance you will. It depends whether you like whimsical, dark fairy tales and stuff. If you like whimsical, dark fairy tales and stuff, then you'll probably fucking love it. If you aren't into that kind of thing, then you'll probably just like, what the fuck is the fuss about? Do you know what I mean? I personally love it though. I think it's great. TD's Melody, how you doing, Sam? Actually, yeah. Rue, never noticed that. Now I have to rewatch for the too many to count of times. Exactly. Yeah, I never noticed it, Tigger, until I was looking at potentially doing any kind of cosplay stuff. Just finally saw the movie a couple of weeks ago. It's fucking amazing. I personally think it's fucking amazing. What do you mean you're not watching it right now? You are watching it right now. Exactly, Fake Corvidae. Here, today. All the bits and pieces. Huge Barry fan here. Love Labyrinth. Very glad to hear it. You'll either get it and love it or you'll hate it. Yeah, one of the two. Exactly. I'm nostalgic too. You know? Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. It is an excellent film. Watched it when I was a kid. Must have been the early 2000s. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is if you watched it early enough, you have the nostalgia to go with it. If you didn't, then it can be hit and miss. If you're not into like fantasy genres and dark fairy tales and stuff, it can be hit or miss. Saw the cinema growing up, who had just had a first shot. Oh, that's really cool. Labyrinth was on TV at Christmas. Oh, cool. Love things like the Dark Crystal. Do you know what's interesting, Lotus Arca? And I was thinking about this. All right. So I don't know whether it's already a thing, but I think that using the same rules as in the Labyrinth and using the sort of like the same game setup, there is a chance that after we finish this, I could make a sort of Dark Crystal style roleplay version. It wouldn't be anything official, but I think it would be quite interesting. I know that there is some different bits and pieces, but I reckon if I use this rule set, I'd have to watch the Dark Crystal again and probably Age of Resistance just to get it all back in my head and stuff. But I think it's possible that I could probably do that. You have to join Islam? Oh, right, okay. Islam is calling me? Is Islam calling me through the medium of you? Is that what's going on? Is that what's happening? Trust me, my friend, I am a sinner. No matter what the fucking religion is, I will absolutely be cast out of it for being a sinner. And not because I'm particularly immoral, not because of the dynamics of that, not because of the fact that I have copious amounts of coital engagement out of wedlock, not because of the fact that a variety of different people desperately want to nibble upon the end of my spiddly gobblecock. No, definitely not. Not one of those things at all, by any stretch of the imagination, no. It's because of the fact that I ask questions. I ask questions all of the time. I study theology all the time. I study philosophy and different dynamics. I study a large variety of different things, and I ask questions. And the thing about religion, the thing about organized religion is specifically a medium of control. It's got nothing to do with a faith. A faith is between an individual and a deity. But organized religion is a system of control implemented by a variety of different men throughout history in order to control everyone around them. The thing about control is the fact the more you ask questions, the more of a troublemaker you are. And religion, organized religion, doesn't like for people to ask questions. So as a result, I am a sinner, you know? In Islam, you have hair on your chest. I've got a cashmere rug right here. What is your point? I will show whatever I want. Do you know what's also? I can wear eyeliner in Islam. I can show my chest hair in Islam. That's fantastic. I also can do all of those things and not be Muslim. I've got nothing against Muslims. I've got some good friends who are Muslim. By all, like, absolutely. I just don't like people preaching at. I can be a fucking great human being and not religious. Do you know what I find really interesting is the people that are the most religious are usually the people who are not very good people. You know? Islam is true because the Quran says it's true, yes. And Christianity is true because the Bible said it was true. And Judaism is true because the Torah said it was true. And the Church of Vanity said it was true because Val and Vane said it was true. And even though I'm not a book, you can fucking read me like one. Cheeky little devils. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Anyway, outside of that, outside of the dynamics of some person coming in and preaching, do you know why I fucking love Hinduism? Because in Hinduism, it is against their religion to preach. You're not allowed to try and convert people. They believe, as all religions should believe, that if they are the one true religion, they don't have to convert anybody. Because everyone will find their own way to Hinduism, to the whatever religion it happens to be. You know, the Hindus believe that they don't need to convert people. They don't need to preach. They just exist, and their actions will show the joys of their religion. You know, it's a wonderful scenario. Also, hail our Lord and Savior Valenvain. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. My first edict, my holy command, is go forth and do things between consenting adults. There you go. Communicate with your fellow man. Do not tolerate narcissists or preachers. Do you know what I mean? Eddie Murphy Reggae, I don't know how to explain this to you in any better way than to say you are absolutely preaching to the wrong people here, friends. You're preaching to the wrong people. There are many things that you're allowed to do. And Muslim, like the Islam faith, is a beautiful faith. It is genuinely, as somebody who studied theology, it is a beautiful faith, you know? And just as Christianity can be a beautiful faith, and Judaism can be a beautiful faith, Muslim also, the Islam faith also can be a beautiful faith. Absolutely. Hinduism, all religions can be beautiful faiths. Absolutely. It's all down to how amazing the people are. And that's what I've learned to trust as a human being, is I have learned to trust people. People who do good things, I appreciate. People who do bad things, I criticize. And it doesn't matter where they come from. It doesn't matter who they are, doesn't matter how old they are, doesn't matter what gender they are, what sexuality, where they come from in the world, how old they are. None of that shit matters. And it definitely doesn't matter what religion they are. What matters is their actions. What they physically do. What they tell people. How they express themselves and how intolerant they are of others. You know? That kind of thing. Sober up or you're going to jail if you get what? Well, for starters, I'm sober, so we're okay there. Secondly, sure. Where am I? Lost. However, you are also very boring. That is the other thing that you are. That's also got nothing to do with your religion. That's just straight up a fact, all right? Straight up a fact, all right? How's it going now, Bagalanchu? And Finley, hello, you beautiful individual. Can I get a shout out for Finley, please? Thanks, mods. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Boring is banned. No boring here, especially because we've got this thing to. Although saying that, the ads are about to start. So what we'll do, making more mushy hats today? Oh, why? Why would you do that to yourself or anybody else? People go check out Finley. Finley's wonderful. Finley here and Finley up here. If you're depending on, I'm gonna have to get used to this dual format shenanigans. It's a whole different thing. But go check them out. They're a wonderful member of my stream team. Wonderful member of, they're a crafty individual. They're just a generally wholesome, awesome individual. Also, can we get a shout out for Alexandra Griffin as well? Another human being who I love very, very dearly. Lots of human beings I love very, very dearly. You remind me of the babe. What babe? The babe with the power. What power? The power of voodoo. Who do you do? Do what? Remind me of the babe. I saw my baby crying hard as babe could cry. What could I do? Absolutely. Right, we've got about 5 minutes to the adverts, which means there's no point in me starting immediately. But also, people go check out the glorious Alexandra Griffin. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful human being.
Hand it to
doing
Mango.
more Assassin's Creed shenanigans.
Hand it to it.
Did you know that if you know something it's known, and knowing that if you know something it's known is just knowing that if you know something it's known?
I did, actually. Do you know what I did? I knew that. I knew that. What the fuck was that at the beginning? The sinning? Was that scat? It could have been. It could have been. I didn't. I can't do scat on stream because pooping on stream is. I mean, oh, you mean like the musical scat? Okay. Anyway, so yeah, so while we're waiting for these adverts to kick in, we should have a bit of a recap of this. So this is the tabletop roleplay game of The Labyrinth. It is set in the world of The Labyrinth, and it basically is broken down into 5 different sections, which is the city walls, the Hedge Maze, the Lands of Yore, the Goblin City, and then the Goblin Castle, Goblin King's Castle. We have done... Oh, the way that we're doing it is that Chat are a character, and I am running the game. So you, all you beautiful individuals, get to play and make the decisions for the stream, all right? We have already done the city gates and the hedge maze. And today, our character, BRAT-ley CHAT-sworth, is making their way into the Lands of Yore, which is where, if you've seen the movie, the Bog of Eternal Stench is, where you meet Sir Didymus, where the entire ballroom scene happens, and the big trash pile, the big trash mountains are, okay, just outside the city. So, yeah, there's a lot of very interesting stuff. Do you know what I mean? Is spewing crap out of your mouth scatting? No, scatting is actually quite an interesting talent, to be fair, in both the pornography fashion and in the musical fashion. You know? Sir Didymus, I will tell you that there is an opportunity for Sir Didymus to appear in this adventure. However, it is not guaranteed. There are a variety of different paths that I have planned out, and it really depends on what path you pick as to whether you get to see whether Sir Didymus even comes up. So, it's entirely up to you. Entirely up to you. We'll find out, all right? Can we get a hint of that path? Nope. Not a fucking chance. Not a chance. Good Lord, what do you take me for? Kind? God. Corn doesn't do a version of that. Path to Didymus. Find out. Find out. There are a lot of different paths. I got a little bit carried away. I have to say, I got a little bit carried away. Okay? There are a lot of different paths, and depending on what you choose to... what chat chooses for their path, depends on how it goes. Okay? It's quite a colourful menagerie of stuff, to be honest with you. All right? A little colourful menagerie of stuff. But we will travel with Chunko, exactly.
BRAT-ley friend.
You do indeed have the wonderful companion of Chunko, which looks like Ludo, but with like a ginger beard. It's a very interesting one, like full on little goatee going on, and piercings as well. Good old Chunko. Love Chunko, yeah. Right, the adverts are on now, okay? So as soon as the adverts are finished, we will get into the game itself, okay? We'll do a bit of a recap of what's happened directly to BRAT-ley. We'll pause that for the moment. We'll pop very quickly over to here for you beautiful people, and we can have a quick look while we're waiting at the glorious, the wonderful BRAT-ley CHAT-sworth. This is your character. This is who you are playing. Yeah, we'll talk about that as well, Cara. We'll talk about how much time you got left. So BRAT-ley CHAT-sworth, listening and spotting, so you're good at observing things, and singing and dancing, so you're good at crafty stuff. You're good at creative stuff, but you are very blunt, so you have negatives on your conversations, your social cues, and what have you. Of your 6 item slots, you have a nipper stick left and a potion of sleep. You have lost everything else. We lost all our stuff, yes. And there is also an opportunity to lose more stuff. There's also opportunities to gain stuff, but there is an opportunity to lose more stuff. Looks just like you. That is actually the illustration of Vigo the Carpathian, or my face on Vigo the Carpathian, as drawn by Abby Stabby, our wonderful friend who does a lot of our artwork and stuff. Val, why do you have your Twitch channel in your title? I've seen streamers do it, but I don't understand why. Oh, as in at Val and Vane? Because I don't actually know how true this is, Alexandra. But a while ago, when Twitch were promoting, they were promoting, what's it called? Stream Together, where different streamers like join together and they do co-streams and stuff like that. But basically, one of the ways to get pushed in the algorithms was to put your name in there. It also makes it a little bit easier for people to find you if they're looking for you on alternate platforms. They go, oh, what's the name? Oh, yeah, it's there. Just copy and paste that. It also stands out. You know, it's that kind of thing. I don't actually know how true it is anymore, but I know that it was something that was quite big like 6 months ago, 8 months ago, maybe even a year ago. Quite a while, you know. You are very, very welcome, Alexandra. As always, you beautiful being. I want to see how you do this makeup for today. You start with gluing down your eyebrows. That's what you start with. So yeah, this is BRAT-ley. This is your character. This is Chat's character. The person that you will all be playing. And now that the adverts are over, we will talk about the story so far. Okay, let me just make sure that I've got my bits properly set up. Before we begin, I don't. That's hilarious. That one. Then that one. And then I believe that one's already set. It is perfect. Perfect. I say perfect. Okay, friends. So you, hold on, music. Here we are. Chapter 3 of The Labyrinth. Where you, BRAT-ley CHAT-sworth, have made your way through the city walls, ventured through the Hedge Maze, and now what stands before you are the Lands of Yore. Will you be able to survive them, or will you run out of time? There's only one way to find out. After all, the Goblin King, Jareth, has your memories. You have no idea what these memories are, but you recall that they were important, special. And Jareth has taken them. That you are certain of. That you are determined to get them back. After making your way through the city walls, you managed to gain back some time. In fact, you entered the Hedge Maze with so much time left. After helping various different members of the land of the Labyrinth in fixing clocks and breaking out of stilt-bird nests, making your way into the Hedge Maze. Within, you found yourself at odds with a variety of knights, trapping a young dwarf inside a bird cage, and of course, rescuing your brand new friend, Chunko.
BRAT-ley friend.
That looks exactly like Ludo, but with an interesting beard and a few piercings in his face.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
72, and those eyebrows are so you. Abby's one stress ball, Abby's one stress ball, Abby's one
Why, thank
stress
you.
ball.
I fashioned them on Ming the Merciless, Abby Stabby. Abby Stabby coming in with the 72 months. Before we start the game, I'm naturally going to bring in the mirror for our wonderful Abby Stabby, who has made... have I shown you this, Abby? Blah, 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 blah. Where was I? There we go. Our character, Chatter playing BRAT-ley, which has very interesting portrait, if I do say so myself, you know. Abby Stabby Art. By having your name upon the mirror of any means, you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror. Oh, wait. Pop back over here. Look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough. But God damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? You know, you beautiful bean. Could still make chat say... to make things different? Ah, okay. Oh, have you read... Painted Lady, have you read the book? You know a bit more about the world? Oh, yes. You have to keep that to yourself just in case. Just in case. But we do appreciate that. You can tell us all about it afterwards, for sure. Or, for sure, Painted Lady, because I'd be fascinated. I find this world absolutely very fucking interesting, all right? Anyway. Now, you stand there. At the edge of the lands of Yore. With your new friend, Chunko.
BRAT-ley friend.
Glorious as he is. Determined to help you after you saved him from some terrible, terrible goblin knights who were causing a mischief. Before you lies a swamp. And beyond that, piles of rubbish, an entire wasteland of trash. But there you can see the walls to the Goblin City. The stench is overwhelming. But at least the claustrophobic walls of the maze are behind you. Somewhere through this open sprawl of wild things, the Goblin City awaits. And beyond that, the castle. You step in to the squelching marsh of the swamp. You are aware that somewhere in here is a path that leads forwards. You see little markers.
She has to start all over again. Well, love.
Not even a word of a lie, Stupedia. There is actually a route that I have mapped out that means that you may have to start all over again. So it depends on how long it takes you to get through it, alright? You step out into the squelch of the swamp in front of you. Also, thank you very much for the 200 little panderings. I appreciate that. The soft, spongy ground squeezes underfoot. You see various different posts and pillars, spikes that have been driven into the ground with various different flags all over them. You assume, based on knowledge that you have, that may indicate dangerous ground or even a safe path. You look back over across the hedges that you have just passed through. You see the walls beyond them. And there, in the distance, is the clock tower that you helped fix. You can see from this distance that you have 8.5 hours remaining. 8.5 hours to get to the Goblin King, or your memories will be gone forever. You walk along the swamp. You find sturdy ground, and there are definitely points where Chunko sinks deep into it. Across the miasma, there are heat waves and flies floating around the place. Little fairies that pop up, will-o-wisps that float in the distance, and beyond the horizon, you can see the tops of these mountains of rubbish outside the Goblin City. The path stops at the base of an enormous tree that towers over this part of the Land of Yore. Its thick, knotted branches twist up and up into the sky, and from among its massive, gnarled roots, a voice pipes up.
Say there, little fledgling. How about a little competition?
You look up, and you see a slight, very thin gentleman. His face is an ashen, and his hair is wild and white. Little horns sprout from his head, and his ears are pointed. And he looks like he has a bug's carapace upon him. He jumps down from the lower branches of this towering tree above you.
Well, hello. It is pleased to make your acquaintance. Would you like to take me up on my challenge? Huh?
You look at them, and Chunko looks at them. You stare for a moment, and they go,
Oh, I didn't introduce myself. My name is the Sparrow Prince. Yes, I am very, very fast. But I have a challenge for you. Possibly for you, whoever you are, but this horned beast, I'm not sure that you'll manage it. You're welcome to try, if you're prepared for the stakes. The challenge is this. I will race you to the top of the tree.
Having looked, in fact, you know what? Let's roll a quick die. Oh yeah, easily. Having looked across him with your abilities, your listening and spotting abilities, you can see that the Sparrow Prince is very agile. In fact, you think that there is definitely part insect about him, maybe even somewhat of a cricket. He would be easily able to jump up the tree.
I challenge you this way, whoever you are. If you can get to the top of the tree, I will grant you a surprise treasure. A wondrous thing. And not only that, I will give you a special gift. However, if you fail, I will curse you. Curse you for some interesting and tantalizing manner. What do you say? Would you like a gift that will make your journey forward much easier, or are you too chicken?
Okay, friends, the first choice. Ones in chat if you would like to take up the Sparrow Prince on his challenge. Twos in chat if you would like to bypass it and move on. Entirely up to you. Twos in chat?
Are you sure? You never know what might happen. Oh.
Twos. 3 ones to 4 twos. 5 twos, 6 twos, 7 twos. 5 ones, 8 twos. All right, it looks like the chat have decided that they are going to pass by. Chunko looks and goes,
BRAT-ley, you now want to do competition?
You look at BRAT-ley and say, no, BRAT-ley. We are on a mission, and we have no time. We must make our way through these swamps, whatever they are. We must find our way to the Goblin City.
Okay.
Are you sure you don't want to? I tell you what, I'll even tell you what the prize is. If you win, then I will ensure, as the Sparrow Prince, that all birds in the labyrinth come to your aid. If there is a bird that you find, they will assist you in whatever way they can. Are you sure you don't want to? Again, 1's in chat if you would like to take up the competition. 2's in chat if you don't want to. As you are stood there deciding, Chunko looks at you.
Sure. Cock's friends.
Chunko seems to be very enthusiastic about chickens, it seems. Okay, so we've got 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 1s, 7 1s, 2 2s, 8 1s, 9. Okay, all right. Okay, you've gone for it. You've gone for it. Also, Phoenix Burns, how you doing? How's it going? Welcome on in. Okay, you've gone for it. Very well. The tree, as you step back. Wasting our time? Maybe. Maybe. It's definitely possible. The tree, as you step back, you can see is in different sections. The first section is a set of tangled roots that lead up lead up towards the first bit. It's very easy. There's a lot of holes that you can grab onto and what have you. The second section is like mainly the trunk itself. It's got lots of little holes in them, but they do seem to be occupied. There are beady eyes that pop out from each of the holes in the main trunk itself. The third section is the lower branches that are very dense and you can't really see straight up through them, but when you take a few steps back, you can see around them. The fourth section seems to be quite sparse, but has lots of lots of different nests in it. It's like broken twigs and like patches of nests. And then the final section, the upper branches are very flimsy. And you can see the top of the tree swaying a lot in the wind.
I tell you what, new competitor, if you would like to race me, as it seems you have changed your mind, very smart decision if I do say so. If you would like to do it, I will give you a handicap because I think I'm amazing. Yes, it's okay, I understand. You will be able to use whatever means you can. You want to trick me, you want to trap me, you want to find a way to stop me from winning. You can use it. However, if you do, that means that I will be able to retaliate. Your choice.
Oh, Selena, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Can I get a shout out for Selena, please? I'd appreciate that. Especially in the vertical, beautiful makeup. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm trying. This is the first time I've done vertical after the Twitch incentive. So I'm intrigued by it. I'm intrigued by it. Fully agreed. Hi, how's it going, Dark Shadow God? Hello, you beautiful individual. Right, yesterday the feedback was fantastic. Yeah, so far it seems to be doing all right. Still need to work out how I'm doing all of the settings, but it's all good. People go check out my dear friend Selena. Selena is the head of our stream team. A very good friend of mine, somebody who I deeply respect, which is surprising because I don't respect bloody anybody. The head. The demon headmistress. There you go. Selena there, staring at me in a very threatening and kind of alluring manner. Do you know what I mean? Now, Selena's wonderful, absolutely fantastic, chaotic as shit. You'll love her streams. There's a lot of IRL bits and pieces. Will warn you, has a weirdly unhealthy obsession with silicon feet. Just something worth being aware of. All right, not just feet, just silicon feet, and like wiggly toes. All right, I just wanted to throw it out there. Wanted to give you that heads up. All right, just wanted to let you know. Okay, so. The way this is going to work, it's true, but also maybe actual feed as well. The way this is going to work, my friends, is we are now here with BRAT-ley. So this is us. You have the joys of listening and spotting, so you can spot things, and you're very observant. You have the benefit of singing and dancing, so you're a very creative person. So those are the things you get benefits on. you are also very blunt, so you have minuses when it comes to social interactions. I tried to personify a great collection of delightful individuals in chat, all right? And I think you are very creative.
His majestic distraction.
Oh, my lordy. Always a majestic distraction with you, Mr. Trilby, you beautiful bean. Let me pop back over here momentarily. Mr. Trilby, I shall now describe your name for the 19 months. Oh, my lordy. I hope you're doing well, you beautiful bean. Hope that life is treating you okay. By having your name on the mirror of any means, you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum, Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? You know? Oh, hi, you beautiful beans. Absolutely great. Right, let's pop back over here. And we will also pull up that. So, you have 2 items. You have a nipper stick, which is like a stick, imagine a litter picker, but instead of like a picky bit on the end of it, there's a weird little pink creature with massive teeth, okay? And you have a sleep potion, okay? Those are what you have so far in order to be able to get further up or to find a way to trap or trick the Sparrow Prince, okay? Now, the way this is going to work, as I've got extra cameras, is for each different section, I will roll 2 dice. The gold one for the Sparrow Prince, and the red one for you, which is the official one. This little... I don't know whether you can see that. Yeah. That is an owl. If you roll that, you fail spectacularly, okay? But on the other side of things, if the prince rolls a 1, they also fail spectacularly. Oh, a 3 and a 6. So you get off. You start very quickly. He draws the line and he goes, very well. Go forth. And he stands still for a moment. In fact, he stands still for quite a while. You clamber up that first section, and you are literally near the top of the first section before he even begins. Because he's just so full of himself. Oh, look at you trying. The whole way through, he's like, oh, look at you trying. Aren't you adorable? Isn't that fantastic? Oh, look at them, whoever you are, horned beast. Yeah, look at them try. Oh, aren't they fantastic? Oh, yes, that's great. They're very, very arrogant, as you may have noticed. Valentine dice when? Oh, my lordy. Xander, how you doing? How's it going? The second, and then just as you get to the top of the first bit, onto the main trunk, that's when he leaps up. Kind of like a cricket, actually. It's kind of weird. His legs bend backwards. And just as he's, like, looks across you, he leaps into the air and clears most of that first section by himself, okay? Love Jim Henson, by the way. Absolutely. Oh, completely agree, Selena. Completely agree. 4 and 5. In that next section, you are making your way up. You grab into all of these little holes that are all the way up, and a few of the times you see like owls popping their head out, wondering what's going on and what have you. What I will also do in this moment is I will roll another dice. This is to go for your spotting and what is it? Listening and spotting, or whatever it was. 4. Let me check the book. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. 2. Okay. In one of the mouths of the owl is a little worm. Would you like to rescue the little worm? It looks at you and goes, all right, couldn't give me a hand, could ya? Can we ask him if you want any drinks? Yeah, absolutely. You call up. Call up to the Sparrow Prince. Hey, Sparrow Prince. Would you like a drink at the next section? Have a bit of a break? Oh, no. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I'll tell you when I get there. Ha! And to be fair, he is literally just behind you. You want to grab the worm? Absolutely. Absolutely. We'll roll to grab the worm. The lower it is, the more time you waste doing it. Okay. It's a 5. You whip that worm out. Oh! And very quickly put it into your little ponytail. Because, of course, as you can see, BRAT-ley has beautiful hair. Put the worm on your head and carry on climbing. A 5 out of a 6? Yeah, absolutely. You've got a little worm friend that is now there. There you go. The owl looks up at you and is very offended. Very upset. If you could speak owl, you'd realize that he was grumbling. Yeah, very upset. Very upset about the entire endeavor. Right, the next section, which is the the first section of dense foliage, as it were. Oh, so I don't know whether you can see that, but that was you rolling a 5 and him rolling a 1. I will give you an option, friends. Because I know what Loki was after. But please be aware that there are consequences to both of these options. Okay? So it's a 1-minute poll. As you remember from your character sheet, you have a potion of sleeping, or a sleeping potion. The question is, do you, as he gets to the first set of branches, in fact, you know what? I'll pop her back over here. As he gets to the first set of branches, he goes, "What did you say? A drink? Oh, well, I suppose it does sweaty work to be able to get all this way up here. And if you haven't got used to it, well, you probably need some time, don't you?" Do you give him the sleeping potion? I have made it a poll, so there is no differentiation. It is entirely up to you whether you want to give him the sleeping consequences. Consequences, schmonsequences. All right. All right. Had to restart my Twitch. Wouldn't let me do anything. Oh, no. Sometimes it'd be like that. Sometimes it is like that for sure. My mum used to make me watch The Labyrinth to scare me from doing bad stuff, but she did. Little did she know I love the movie. Exactly, Xander the Fourth. It's a great fucking movie. Absolutely great movie for sure. Madame Myriad. Madame Myriad? What? Madame Myriad, how you doing, you beautiful being? How's it going? We could use it later for something better in chat. We could. You could use it later for something better. Absolutely. The polling UI is so good vertical. Could you screenshot it, perchance, Selena? I've never really played around with it. This is all new for me. This is all new for me. Yes, 51% of you said yes, you want to give him the sleeping potion. All right. You do. You give him the sleeping potion and go, "Would you like to share some of my drink?"
Oh, I see. You've obviously recognized me as one of your betters. I will partake first, and then you can have my nasty dregs. Glug, 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 glug.
And he drinks it all. Completely drowns.
Oh, I've forgotten. It looks like I've drunk it all. What a
And he falls back. And he gets caught upside down. His shoes get caught in the branches of this new section of trees. And he's asleep. Do you want to continue up the tree? One's in chat if you want to keep going up to the tree, up to the top and complete the race. Or do you want to... two's in chat if you want to just pretend like you did. One's in chat, one's in chat, one's in chat. Absolutely. No worries at all. In which case, we will head back over to our little rolling to see how well you do. I will roll a gold one for the first section, a red one for the second section, and then there is one left. Okay. So, so the next section you actually really struggle with. I'm not going to make you roll again, but you really struggle with it. Trying to get through all the branches is really hard. It turns out that like they're really densely packed together. It's kind of like they've woven in and around each other like ivy does. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that you know that this is a tree, you'd assume that it was like ivy growing out from a like a dead tree or by itself. And because of all the scratches and the twigs and stuff that you get through, that next section, which is full of nests, has loads of like squirrels and rodents and bits and pieces in it. I will roll to see if you find anything in the nests. Nope, you don't find sweet fuck all. In fact, with that being a 1, which is the owl, with that being a 1, you actually, in the process of climbing up there, because you only got a 2 for this section anyway, in the process of climbing up there, you actually destroy some of the nests, and some of them fall down to the lower section, and you just get very angry squirrels and rodents and little birds just... A few of them come and try and take the worm from your head. A few of the little swoop down. None of them get it. None of them get it. But they do swoop down to try and catch it or what have you. Right, last roll to see how well you do at the top in the swaying thing. Now, if it's a 1, you fall. It's a 2. Ooh. So, you climb past all of the nests and the holes in the tree. And it is very windy up the top here. It is very, very windy up the top here. In fact, you can see the... Oh, can you see? That's what the tree looks like. So it's all different sections. But at the very top... And actually, there's a picture of the... Oh, hello. Can I get there? There we go. The picture of the Sparrow Prince. In all of his glory. This is insane. Yep. Yes, it is. We must be... what was that? We did so much better before cheating. Yeah. Yeah, you did. Absolutely. But you get to the top and you are swaying through. Swaying around and what have you. At the very top of the... Oh, yeah. At the very, very top of the tree, on the end of one of the branches, is a little velvet bag. Do you want to try and get the bag? 1's in chat if you want yes, 2's in chat if you don't want no. It is very windy and you only rolled a 2. 1's in chat for yes, 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 no. No, yes, yes, no, yes, 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 no, yes, no, yes. The yeses are outweighing. We are already screwed, chat. All right. All right. Let's see how well you do. It's a 3. You do it. You do it. But it is like... As you grab it, you are like a few branches snap and you hold on for dear life and you just stay there for a second. And you're like, oh, God. Oh, God. The little worm in your head goes,
what exactly are you doing? What do you think? Why are we up here? Thank you for saving me, by the way. I really appreciate it. But why are we here?
I scream, embrace the chaos.
Right, okay. I have to say, chaos has never really been my thing. But I appreciate you saving me. So we'll head. We've now hit the top. Do we go down?
Below, you hear the snap of twigs, and you hear Chunko going, oh. We wait at the top. You can do. if you really want to. It is very, very windy. How's it going, Crazy 8? How you doing? Doing all right, thank you very much. It's very, very windy. Druidess Midian, hello, you beautiful bean. Will Chunko catch us when you jump? You couldn't jump from this height. You would have to make your way back down in order to, in order to get all the way down. In order to jump from, you could probably jump from, like, the second section-ish. There or thereabouts. Oh, Selena, thank you very much for sending me that. Yeah, that looks really slick. I like that. I like that a lot. How long will the potion last? He drunk all of it. I'm glad you asked, Darkshire Gorath. We got the potion from... Where's the scene? This scene. Where was it? There we go. All right, yeah, there it was. One whole scene. Which, in the way that this works, is technically an hour. Is Junko alright?
Hey! Why are you throwing princes at me?
We could have avoided all this. Yep. Good. So I'm gonna make a decision. Oh, I'm gonna say make an assumption for chat that you make your way down. We should look around and take in the lay of the land. Interesting. Okay, yeah. We can definitely do that. We can definitely do that. Okay. From the top here, you got a 3, but because of the fact that you are good at as is shown here, you are good at spotting, listening and spotting. That's actually good enough to see quite a bit. You can see, for starters, one of the first things that you really get to see is the fact that a lot of the, like, islands in the swamp move around. So they are slowly moving. And some intertwine with others. And bits and pieces change. You see in the distance there is like quite a big hill that's like covered in dirt and a few dead trees and stuff. You see that there is a little house on one of these little flotillas. You see there's like a village far in the distance that's built up on stilts, but seems to be made of loads of different houses built up on stilts over the top of the bog, as it were. You see a massive cloud of like gas, or like it looks like, you know, like smoke machine things where it's just like plumes around the area, but they constantly is changing color. Do we see a turtle somewhere? You do not see a turtle somewhere, but well remembered, Masasha. For those people that may not have been here last session, you were given advice. I can't remember who gave you the advice, but you were given advice that if you see it, if you help the turtle, they will. It was like, if you help the turtle, they'll speed up your journey or something like that. I can't remember the exact quotation now. I should have written it down. Time for me to crawl into bed. No worries, Ika Dini, you cheeky devil. You sleep well, you beautiful bean. Sleep well. I appreciate you. Thanks very much for stopping by. Peace and kindness to all. See you later. See you later, buddy. I'm going to take an assumption that you climb your way down. All right? Mentally messes with the soundboard. Yeah.
Junko, down.
And you say, no, Chunko, I'm coming down. Like, it's okay. You're Chunko. I'm BRAT-ley. Okay?
BRAT-ley friend.
Yes, that's right, Chunko. I am your friend. Yes. So you make your way down. Steadily but surely. I'm not going to make you roll for it because I think that you would eventually just carefully make your way down. And at the bottom, you see the Sparrow Prince laid just comfortably on the floor. And Chunko turns to you and he says,
Prince fell on Chunko's head. Chunko, ow.
And the prince is sound asleep. I will give you some options as to what you want to do, chat. What do? Leave. Wait for Sparrow Prince. Wait for Prince to wake. Try and take Prince with you. Try and take Prince with is enough. Oh, and you know what? I'll put search the roots. I will warn you that you know it has taken you quite a while to get back down. Before I do this, it has taken you quite a while to climb down because if any of you are aware, when you climb a tree, it is infinitely easier to get up a tree than it is to climb down a tree. So you can search the roots if you would like to, but you are pretty sure you can't see from where you are. You can't see the clock itself, but you are pretty sure that you've taken about half an hour so far. Okay? So you've got the options there. What do you want to do? Do you want to leave with Chunko? Do you want to wait for the prince to wake up? Do you want to try and take the prince with you? Or do you want to search the roots for potential treasure? Those are your options. Well, he'll wake up soon anyway. Technically speaking, he will wake up in approximately 20 minutes. 20 to 25 minutes. Depending. Fuck the prince. Not literally. Hence the reason cats get stuck up trees. Very, very true, Vega. Very, very true. 3. Okay. So far, it was neck and neck for try and take the prince with you, but somebody's spending a lot of channel points on just fucking leaving. We are going. We're not. Lunicorn. Nope. Fuck this noise. 71%. Lunicorn spending 8,970 fucking channel points being like, nope, we're leaving. We are going. Lou and I, praise be. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. So you leave him. You go, oh, fuck. Never mind. Never mind. On we go. And Chunko goes,
Okay. Bye, Prince.
And as he wanders on next to you, he mutters away to himself.
Sure. Cock's friend.
Once again, reminiscing about chickens, obviously. All right. Wasted too much time on this damn burb. It's true. It's true. Definitely happened. You march on to down the path. And when I say the path, I do mean it is like a variety of, it's like a mix of flotillas, like floating clods of moss. Sometimes there is a path that sort of comes up out of the water, winds along a little bit, and then goes back down into the water. Sometimes there is, you see like some little boats and ferries floating around the place, evidently with people taking people to and fro. Forgot this was the next bit. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And then the next section is that one. Soon you actually come across a piece of land. And even though you could see from above that this is actually slightly the way out, or like you were, instead of going directly towards where the mountains of rubbish are, you actually had to go like a bit of a windy route off to the east, where it was quite hard because there wasn't many routes from where you were to take. However, you walk along the this sort of path that is slightly cobbled, as it were. You walk over a little bridge that is patched with wooden slats, as it were. The further you get into the swamp, the more it smells. In fact, the smell is rising. And with each breath, you are rasping a little bit, gagging a little bit, because it stinks. It is absolutely vile. After all, it is a bog of eternal stench. Up ahead, you hear the frantic cries and smell a horrible reek. A platform has been erected above the bog of eternal stench, which bubbles and blurbs below. A creature, bound hand and foot, is being lowered by a wooden crane through a trapdoor in a platform by a group of 5 goblins, slowly turning a huge winch. As the victim gets closer and closer to the bog, it cries for help, more panicked. Okay. As you are walking towards the area, Miss Bit had taken photo. That's all right, Loki. This is the beginning. Well, more or less, it's the second scene, as it were. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. In fact, it literally, as you are coming close to it, it does smell bad.
Smell bad.
That's right, Chunko. It does smell bad. For those people that might have just joined us, Chunko is my housemate. Chunko is my housemate. Chunk is my housemate. And he has done us some solid Ludo impressions. As you walk up, you can see the path that goes towards it, and it's like built off the side, and it is raised up. There's like a path that goes up. It's not like steps or a ladder or anything. It's like a plank that goes up into a raised wooden dais, as it were, with a trapdoor in the middle. In fact, it looks very similar to, you know, like the way that people do hangings. It looks very similar to that, but instead of somebody being hung there, there is a person held up by their feet. In fact, the rope is tied all around their body. And as you make your way forward, the Goblin King appears. So, BRAT-ley, what do you think of my labyrinth? Are you enjoying it? Does it make you pine for your lost memories? Do you even know what those memories are? These are the things that I often wonder about you. Why seek something that you can't even remember what it is? All of these times, all of this time wasted. In order to what? Get here? To this? The land of stench? And who is this friend with you?
BRAT-ley friend.
Yes, I know that. I can see. You realize by helping this individual that you are committing treason. Is that what you want? Chunko stares at him. Do not say easy, people. And a worm friend? And who is this charming individual?
Well, Your Majesty, I'm Nigel. Hello. Don't mind me. I was just rescued, and
Shut up, Nigel.
yes, Your Majesty.
Pray, while you're here, would you like to see some of my justice? See some of this. In fact, I'll make a deal with you. If you stay, I will spare your companions and their treachery against me. How does that sound? 1's in chat if you want to stay, 2's in chat if you want to carry on. Oh, the fun. He's going to show us his crystal ball, chat. Avert thine gaze. 2's in chat, you want to carry on? Carry on. As you are going, you see that the person who is being dipped, wrapped in all of the ropes, is a fiery. One of the creatures that is blazing of hair. Very long snout and a little beak at the end of it. Normally, if you've seen the movie, is one to dance around and party. It's very odd, though, that it seems like every single one of his limbs have been tied specifically to keep them onto the body. You know? He's there upside down, facing the pit of eternal stench. And he goes, "Hey! Why don't you come help me? This one isn't quite so fun. We should do some other stuff. I'm all about having a good time, and this ain't a good time." But you try and carry on.
Subscribed. Most kind.
You try and carry on. All right. Max Wattage coming in with the tier 2 for 18 months, taking us 2 steps closer to the 70-30 split. We have now surpassed the 60-40 for this month. We are already on to the 70-30, courtesy of all of your wonderful, wonderful support, you beautiful being. Megs Wattage, I inscribed your name upon the mirror of vein. By having your name upon the mirror of vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, including the tier 2 Pokemon emotes with my face on them. But the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, I wish I was someone else. Because then I'd get to look at me. Ooh, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know? You cheeky little devil, you. You are removing head. There is a bit of rope all the way around his head. And you say, you look at the Goblin King. Grio coming in as well. Your gift sub from...
Thanks to Zybadian for my sub gift. Is this baby time?
No, it's 6 months. Oh, no, I actually don't know. It is baby time. What do you want to call our baby, Rio? What do you want to call our baby? By having your name upon the mirror of any means, you get access to my personal Snapchat, not bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know? What is baby time? Baby time is when somebody has been subscribed for 9 months. Once they have been subscribed for 9 months, we have a Twitch baby. And Grito gets to decide what their name is. As you turn and look at the Goblin King, you say, no, thank you for the offer, but I'd rather not. And as you turn round, directly in front of you is a clock on the tree directly in front of you. An ornate, beautiful clock that definitely wasn't there a moment ago. And he says, oh, really? Well, that is a shame. Especially as I'm pretty sure you don't have time for it. And he moves his hand towards the clock, and the clock goes, the hands spin round, and you lose 2 hours. You can see that you have 6 hours remaining of your original 13. Now, I am prepared to rescind my fair justice. If you care to stay, what say you? No fair! You say that so often. I wonder what your basis of comparison is. I am sure that you will have a lot of fun in this bog of eternal stench. But I think it's fair for everyone to see what awaits them if they consider helping you. Now, friends, you have a couple of options. What do? Stay with the prince, with Jareth, at his request. Move on. Now that you've lost the hours already, there's no guarantee he's going to give them back to you if you do stay. Or rescue the fiery. Those are your options. Those are your options. Do you try and rescue the prisoner? Or do you stay and try and get those hours back that Jareth has taken from you? Or do you just leave? The choice is yours. What is this fuckery? Exactly. Exactly. It's a no-brainer. Okay. Oh, all of you are going for one specific option. Okay, all right. Might as well try and save the weird dude. Okay, that's interesting. That is interesting. I don't trust any of this. 91% of you said rescue the fiery. 4% said stay with Jareth, and 4% said move on. All right, rescue the fiery. How do you want to do it? New poll. How do? Do you? Let's have a think. Do you? Charge with Nipper Stick. Before I will explain the situation before I do the poll. The Nipper Stick being the bit of the staff with the weird little pink creature on the end of it. Charge with Nipper Stick. Convince goblins. Remembering that you have minuses to ooh, that'd be interesting. Convince the goblins. I'll explain what you see before this goes to all of you. Excuse me. Also, there's an ad break, so we are not. I won't do it until after the ad break's finished. Convince the goblins. Trade places. With the fiery. Sacrifice Nigel. Or distract them while Ludo saves. Oh, Chunko. Okay. How many fieries are hiding around the area? Good question. You can certainly... You cannot see any fieries. And you rolled a 6. So you are pretty sure that there are definitely no fireys around. Ask nicely. I mean, that would go and convince the goblins, I would imagine. Once the adverts are over, I'll explain what you see in regards to what goblins are there. The fiery can take off his head and save himself. Everything's tied in. That's the thing, Womble. So all of his limbs seem to have been tied to his torso. He's hung upside down, so he's hung by his ankles, but all of his limbs are tied up. And I would like to say it's like Shibari, but it definitely isn't like Shibari. It's like really bad Shibari. Like you would have safety scissors on hand because it's so bad. But it's all like wrapped around his head as well to keep them all together. Zabadi and you, take it easy. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Yeah, he's all trussed up, so he can't split himself. So he cannot thingy. So he can't disappear off. Buffker. Thanks for stopping by, Zabadi. I really appreciate it. AKA rope mummification. Yeah. You know, like the stereotypical things that you see on like TV when somebody gets tangled in rope and gets caught upside down or something? That's kind of how he looks. So you can kind of just see the fiery's face and like a few tufts of little like neon red hair, as it were. Okay. Right, the adverts are coming to a close. There are 6 goblins up on the days. So beyond Jareth, there are 6 goblins up on the days. One is wearing a wig, like a judge's wig, and is covered head to toe in white powder. One is wearing his armor back to front. One has very, very, very stubby fingers. One is sort of like stood off by themselves, and you're not entirely sure why, but they look a little bit wild. Their hair's a bit all over the place. One has got like a big horned helmet, like a Viking style helmet, and then has a little goblin on top of it that's holding onto the helmet like it's handlebars. So like its handlebars are sort of like round the back of the helmet, like a tiny little goblin on the back of it. And one of them has massive feet. Massive feet. So those are the 6 goblins up on the days. In fact, the one with the powdered wig and powder all over the rest of him has made his way down to greet the Goblin King. So he's made his way down the wooden ramp, as it were, and he goes, "Oh, mighty Goblin King, Your Majesty, it's wonderful to see you. I am Your Honor. I am Your Honor. It's wonderful, good for you to come here." You can also see just in the distance, like across the far side of the bog, there's actually a throne made out of like marble on like the far side. And as you blink across the way, there Jareth suddenly disappears from where you are and appears over sat on the throne watching what's happening. Actually, he's not. He's watching what you're doing. And the goblin with the powdered wig comes to forward and goes, "Will you be staying as a guest of Your Majesty? I am Your Honor. This is the fiery that has been charged with the crime of not taking anything seriously. He has not learned his lesson, and he is currently roasting his captors." Oh, he is currently red. So he's sat there and he's taking the piss out of all the goblins while he's there. "Oh, heinous crime of not taking anything seriously. The worst, the worst. One day he will learn his lessons." The choice is yours, though, friends. How do? Charge him with a nipper stick, convince the goblins, trade places, sacrifice Nigel, or distract and Chunk saves. 50% of you said distract them and Chunk saves them. Okay. Alrighty. This will actually go in your favor a little bit because you have benefits for singing and dancing, which means that you can be quite creative. Chunko has benefits with lifting and carrying, which means that he can just charge up and grab them. Okay? So what we'll do is we'll jump our way over to here so that we can do it. All right? Now, I'm going to give you 2 dice for this, and I'm going to give Chunko 2 dice because of the fact that you have got such benefits with this scenario, okay? No! I don't know whether you can see that. But you got snake eyes. You got snake eyes. Which means I need to find a different part of the book because I didn't think this was going to get brought up, but okay. However, Chunko does his bit because he has succeeded. So what you do is you start walking along the edge of the section of the bog of eternal stench, and you absolutely, it stinks. It is horrible. It is vile. It is not pleasant by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, you are wincing just doing it. But you're like, hey, look at me, look at me, look at me. And everyone's like, what are you doing? Okay. The Goblin King looks confused as to why you're doing it. And then all of the... This is bad, I take it? Yes, critical fail. You could not have got any worse. It literally is the worst of the worst. But more specifically, it's a fail with a consequence. With a consequence. So, you going along the edge of the thingy, the edge of the bog section, as it were, and the daze is there. And you're trying to get their attention, and they're just like, okay, what is your problem? Why are we even paying attention to this? This is ridiculous. They are very confused, but they all start start picking up weapons because they're like, what are you doing? We're really confused. And in that moment, Chunko just goes, ah, 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 and he just charges up there, bowls out the way of the guy who's in a powdered wig. In fact, he doesn't fall in the swamp. He manages to dive aside and actively avoid the swamp itself. However, there are 5 other people at the top of the steps. 3 of them get out the fucking way. They run to the far side of the daze because they just see a giant horned beast charging them and like, oh god, definitely no, we're out, not having this. However, the other 2 stand firm and like raise their weapons against the gangway of the daze. Chunko barges one of them out of the way, and he goes flying into the bog of eternal stench. So he just the one with all the really wild hair just flies out of the way of Chunko. However, the other one manages to take a swing at Chunko with like a weirdly oversized axe. Oh, how am I going to do that?
Yeah, you subscribed.
Gognar!
Most kind.
You're coming at the perfect time.
Hail Rockstar.
Hey, how you doing? Okay, so what happens before I do this subscription there, Colgar, thank you so much, you beautiful bean. Is he swings the axe at Chunko, and Chunko manages to like divert it. So Chunko doesn't get injured. Okay. Chunko grabs the rope that is holding the fiery, turns round, and the guy swings, the goblin swings his axe again, and it cuts the rope. Oh god. And the fiery falls into the bog of stench. The fiery has fallen directly into the bog of eternal stench. And he's all wrapped up in all the thingies. So he's just like sort of slowly sinking into the bog of eternal stench. However, at the same time of all of that, at the same time all of that happened, something happened to you because you got a critical failure. Before I do that, though, I will inscribe the name of Kulknor on the Mirror of Vein. We are in a pickle. Kulknor, you beautiful being. Thank you so much, you glorious individual. By having your name on the Mirror of Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. You should know that by now, you cheeky individual. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But god damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. By being a paid subscriber, you, of course, take us one step closer to the 70-30 split. I can't believe we're already on the 70-30 split. Well, we're already aiming towards the 70-30 split already. In the process of all of this happening, you do not look where you are going. And you proceed to step into the bog of eternal stench. However, you do not fall completely into it. I love RNG. It makes everything go beautifully. So one of your feet goes into the bog of eternal stench. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's already seeped through the shoe, Womble. It's already seeped through the shoe. Oh my god, that's amazing. There are consequences to. There are also, should I say, there are effects that the Bog of Eternal Stench has, and you basically roll to find out what the effects are. And now I know what the effects are. Just the one foot. I suppose it would be your left foot as you're working your way around the thing. So yeah, you step in and you can immediately feel all of the bog ooze like soak directly into the shoe, and you feel that cold clamminess, and you're like, oh fuck. Now the question at this point, the Goblin King is quite amused. He was, you could see that initially he was quite concerned, but as the whole thing unfolds and Chunko drops the fiery and the fiery falls into the Bog of Eternal Stench, you can see him getting quite entertained and like applauding. I haven't been this entertained in such a long time. Oh, the Goblin King is on the other side of the thingy, so he's nowhere near you, I'm afraid. You can't wipe your foot on his robe. Bogwater, I feel right at home. Yep, it is stanky. It is stanky. I will actually write that on your character sheet, because that is something that I will need to keep. I will need to keep track of. Where did I put your character sheet? That's all right. Notes. Left foot stanky. Okay. Okay. We will roll in a second to find out. What happens next? What happens next? Left foot stanky. I suppose the question then becomes, do you want to try and save the fiery from the Bog of Eternal Stench? That is really the only question we can have. Save the fiery. Yes or no? Well, I suppose yes or get out of there. Those are your options. I'm doing a poll because I think that that's the only way I can do it fairly, as it were. It's too late for him. He's furry. He is definitely stanky. Definitely stanky. That's a really good point, actually. Okay. Now I know what the effect is of if you do save him. Because, of course, he's covered in it. So if you do save him, then I know what he's going to smell of for the rest of time. We'll find out in a moment, Mel Sinef, as to whether you want to save him or don't. If you want to get out of there, then you don't save him, and I will not say what that is, but potentially, possibly. Get out of there. 60% of you say get out of there. Eris Ptolemy contributed 44,000 points to get out of there. Or it could have been yes, to be honest with you. You could have been dedicated to yes, and you were like, no, somebody else is spending just as much. 44,000 points. You had 69k, and now you have 25k. That's hilarious. You people, gluttons. All right, you do. You quickly take your foot out from the Bog of Eternal Stench. You call over to Chunko, and you say, Chunko, we gotta get out of here.
Chunko, down.
Yes, Chunko, you gotta come down. We gotta get out of here. This has all gone horribly, horribly wrong. It's all gone really, really bad. Let's get the fuck out of here. And you charge your way down to down the path. You follow the path along. You see some offshoots, and you just keep running forward as much as you can. You can see in the distance some of the piles of trash, as it were, and you just keep making your way as close as you can that way. And you get to... Ooh. You get to a signpost. The signpost has 4 directions on it. None of them point the way that you came. So you come, and there's 2 off that way and 2 down the side. One of them says, danger lies here, and it's got a big hand pointing that way. In fact, every single one of them has got a finger pointing that way, and like where the arm is, it's got like the sign, as it says. It says one of them says danger lies that way. One of them says back the way you came. One of them says don't go that way, and one of them says here lies danger. Path. Danger lies that way. Back the way you came. Don't go that way. Here lies danger. Which way do you go? Which way do you go? Oh, yeah. I forgot to say, while you're deciding on which path you want to take, you're just putting your hands in your pockets saying, oh God, what is it? And you remember you've got a little red velvet bag. You open the bag up and it's a bag of marbles. It's a bag of marbles and it has 2 copper coins in it as well. It's got 10 marbles and 2 copper coins. The copper coins, no, you've got thingies. What the copper coins are really old. They date back to the one's 1923 and one is 1876. Back the way you came. Sounds good. Just add your bag of marbles there as well. Okay, you head back the way you came. You head back the way you came. The path that leads back the way you came does indeed seem to go back on yourself. And you walk down that route. As you are walking, you come to a ferryman. Like literally, there's like the path in front of you, and then the path sort of leads off to like a little wooden jetty that's sort of like softly floating on the water. And at the end of the jetty, there is a dwarf. One of the kind of like Hoggle, but he's got really big ginger sideburns that sort of like are wafting in the wind. And he stood there with a big pole in front. And he goes, "Oh, I wasn't expecting guests. Would you like passage across the waters?" Would you like passage across the waters? That is the question, friends. 1's in chat if you would like to take jump on the ferry. 2's in chat if you would like to not go on the ferry. That is the question. He has a big pole. He certainly bloody does, Ghost Emma Jane. He certainly bloody does. What's across the water? Do you know what? That's a good question. You do not know. There's a fog that is swept in. And just where, like, off in the distance, you can see, like, shadows of stuff, but you can't quite make out what is actually in the distance. 1's in chat. Absolutely. Payment? What would you like to pay him in? The copper coins? Some marbles? The nipper stick? Oh, you don't have the sleeping draft on you anymore. So the potion of sleeping can be changed. Because I forgot you used that in the first scene. Use that in the first scene. Some marbles. Oh, you ask him what he wants? What do you got? Some marbles. He's also welcome to a stinky foot. Oh, no, it's all right. He does, like, as you approach, he kind of goes, and you notice he then pulls out like 2 cotton buds from his nose, and then very quickly scrambles around and puts 2 more in. Because the Bog of Eternal Stench is stanky. It's always stinking. At the moment, you probably can't smell your own foot too much because the entire place stinks. The question is as to whether it, like, where the thing is. Marbles, coins, thoughts and prayers. Marbles, coins, marbles might come in handy. They could indeed. marbles, coins. Okay, let's make it easier. New poll. Payment. Coins. Marbles. Let's say, I'll tell you what, let's do 3 marbles. 5 marbles. Or 10 marbles. That would be all your marbles. You're not losing your marbles, you're giving them away. Or Nigel the Worm. I'll give you that option. I'll give you that option. Nigel the Worm is just plonked on your head, by the way. He's like a little worm, just sat there comfortably. He's got like neon yellow tufts of hair interspersed with like little blue bits. And he is wearing strangely just a collar and like a tie, but just the collar and tie. No, nothing else. Jim Henson, world means marbles may get used later. Who knows? The vote is there, and you get to use your channel points as you see fit. You know, Nigel is a friend. We do not give away friends. That's fair enough. That's all right. There is a possibility, depending on which way you travel, that you may be able to get Nigel back to where they came from. But it really depends. The coins! 74% of you said coins. 19% 3 marbles. And then 7% said 5 marbles. Okay, you keep the thingies and you take back your coins. Or you pay with the coins and you keep the marbles. Okay. Alrighty. He looks at them and he pulls out like a little magnifying glass and he looks at them and he bites them. I suppose these'll do, yeah. And you step onto the ferry, and as Chunko steps on the ferry, the whole thing rocks. And as it rocks, like a cloud of stanky ooze sort of like laps against the jetty.
Smell bad.
Yes, Chunko, it really does. It really does. And off you go. Off you go. It looks like as time is progressing, it feels like you are going the wrong way. It feels like you're going the wrong way. It feels like you are getting further away from the trash heaps. However, in the distance, a large mound appears. It's like a hill covered in moss and like dried bits of old trees that are all dead. Perspectives are fucked indeed, but you also did choose the path of go back the way you came. Was it telling the truth? Was it not telling the truth? I know, but I ain't telling you. And you feel like a fair bit of time has passed, but time does feel a little bit odd here. It feels like maybe less time has passed than you think, but it feels like loads of time has passed, if that makes sense. Maybe someone Nigel knows will know a shortcut, maybe. If you can get him back to his people. Maybe. As you come to it, the ferryman is like, oh God, always just does this. I'm just trying to make my way across the swamps. The bog of eternal stench isn't bad enough. I've got bits of floating islands appearing out of nowhere. Oh, dear me. Oh, well, friend, I'm gonna have to leave you here. I can't go any further. To go round it would be too far. Unless
You want to go back to the hedges?
How do you respond? First offer in chat is how you respond.
If you'd gone that way, you'd gone straight to the castle.
Exactly. Can we ask Nigel if he knows where we are or where we are going or where his home is? You can ask, but you get a negative because you are blunt. So, yeah, you have the blunt condition, which means that you have negatives to thingy, but I will roll, absolutely. 2, definitely not. He's got no idea. He's got no idea, and he also thinks you're a little bit rude for asking when he's the one that's been rescued. He's like,
no, don't really know. I got swooped up by the owl, and I thought I was dead, but now I don't know.
Do not jump in the bog. Back to the what? Back to the hedges, to the hedgerows. Can we ask Nigel if he knows where we're going? No idea. He's got no clue. Or more to the point, he either doesn't know or he's not telling you. Cyberbears, how you doing? How's it going? Love the makeup. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. He can take you back to the hedges, or he can leave you off on this hill. Those are your options. Those are your options. One's in chat if you want to go back to the hedges. How far back are the hedges? If you go back to the hedges, you will effectively be starting this section again, and you will lose at least. If you go back to the hedges, you'll lose 2 hours. Is it actually a hill or is it a big creature? Good question. Let us roll and find out. Boop. You got a 4. You suspect that this isn't a hill. There's something about it. It's a little too perfect. It seems to perfectly go from the bog of a stench and rise up. And it seems like all of the trees that are on it aren't really rooted into the ground so much as they're rooted into the moss itself. Is it allergic to the youth? You don't hear any sneezes, but then BRAT-ley isn't the youngest, it has to be said. BRAT-ley is approximately mid-30s. I'm assuming by everyone's enthusiasm that you would like to get onto the island itself. Get onto the island itself? All right. All right, friends. Hill, 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 hill. Give us the world turtle, please. You climb onto the small hillock, rising above the muck of the swamp. As you begin to climb it, the ground beneath you begins to shake, and the hill lurches forward and up. You struggle to hold on, as a low, croaking voice says, "Get off." A head rises from beneath the water and turns its mighty eyes towards you. What are you doing? It's not quite as big, and I suppose it is quite as big as it looks very, very similar to the tortoise or the turtle from the Neverending Story, yeah. Please help us get to the castle. I could, I suppose. But I am missing something. At this point, with the rocking as the turtle rises from the swamp, the ferryman sort of floats off a little bit and he's panicked. He's like, oh no, oh, a little man. At this point, the dwarf looks up and calls up and he goes, quick friend, quick, get back on the ferry and I'll take you further in. Would you, one's in chat, if you would like to, in fact, you know what, let's finish this scene a little bit and then I'll give you the option. The turtle turns to you and he says, my name is Panjandra. I suppose you are the one everyone's talking about. I tell you what, if you help me, I'll help you. So, one's in chat to stay and help Panjandra. Two's in chat to jump back on the ferry and go with the dwarf. What help does he need? That's the question. That's the question. You did get advice before saying that if you help the turtle, the turtle would speed up your journey. But can you believe that person? At the end of the day, this is the world of the Labyrinth. Don't just jump in because if we jump, we could fall. It's true. You could. You could. Absolutely. I think everyone's up for staying. Not a problem. Well, I suppose I'll go then. Goodbye, friend. Good luck. So you wish to help me? Very well. I was getting very bored here in the swamp. You also realize, as Panjandra says swamp, that it doesn't smell here. Like, overall, when you are on the back of Panjandra, you can't really smell the Bog of Eternal Stench anymore.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Big Glittered Geek, you beautiful bean. Thank you very much for the cheeky little subscription. Paid subscriber takes that one step closer to the 70-30 split. Oh my lordy, I'm being spoiled rotten here. Yeah, it doesn't really smell of the Bog of Eternal Stench. If anything, it kind of smells like dried herbs. Like a herbal tea before you put the water in. You know, that sort of like musty, herby smell type thing, you know? I shall now inscribe your name on the mirror of Vayne. By having your name upon the mirror of any means, you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. Big Glittered Geek being a 2-month subscriber, letting the corruption settle in very nicely. Very nicely, you cheeky devil. I get very bored here in the swamp, and I thought I had solved it. You see, I found myself a storyteller. He would tell me stories of valor and betrayal he would tell me marvelous things. But he was taken, fled for his life from the dancing of the fieries. If you help me get back my storyteller, I will help you get through the swamp. Can you see the clock tower? Will the fog allow it? You cannot see the clock tower, I'm afraid. You're not entirely sure how long it is. Knew we should have saved him. Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. If you would have saved the firing, this next bit could be quite interesting. However, you did not. And as you are on the back of Panjandra, excuse me, you have agreed to head to help them. Steadily, Panjandra rises up out of the water and walks across the swamp, each giant footstep squelching deep into the earth itself, knocking over trees. Small ferries get pushed aside in the waves, and every single time Panjandra apologizes. Sorry, coming through. Don't mind me. And behind you can see a wake of where the water rushes back in to the gap that is basically caused by the carnage of Panjandra's movement. Help, Turtle! Can Turtle take us back to the punishment apparatus? Could do, but that would cost you time. Perform for the turtle, entertain the turtle, tell her a tale of a lady who has almost eradicated goblins by hunting them with magical crochet nets. I mean, do you know what? I will absolutely run with that. I will absolutely run with that. Let's have a look. I'll give you 2 dice because I think that's a great idea, and also because of your benefit of singing and dancing. It's 2 2s. It's not the most invigorating tale. It's 2 2s. It was not the most invigorating tale, but you do tell a story, and she is very happy that you have chosen to share that story with her. And I know exactly who you mean. You're talking about one of the characters you met in the first section. I remember this. I remember this well. And then that one. Cool. Steadily. It doesn't actually take you that long. It's only like, I don't know, you're probably moving for maybe 5-10 minutes. Also, Miss Asia, thank you very much for highlighting your message. When you actually recognize this place from when you were at the top of the tree. This is the place which is on stilts with lots of different houses. Panjandra's path ends at the expanse of a reeking bog. Huge trees jut up from its surface into the gloom overhead. You can see sparks moving from tree to tree and slowly realize that there is a whole treetop village built over this patch of swamp, connected by suspended bridges. A rope ladder dangles nearby, heading up to one of the tree houses. Panjandra moves underneath the rope ladder, and the rope ladder does seem large enough and sturdy enough for Chunko to join you in this. Why are we reading as Jareth? I always read the introduction bits as Jareth. But he is not here. He is not here at this moment in time. As you climb up to the top of the ladder, you see a big sign across the top that just says welcome, and next to it it says town rules. 1, no problems. 2, no suitcase. 3, no clothes to worry about. 4, no real estate. 5, no jewelry or gold mines. And 6, you can only throw your own head. That is what it says. Wait, we have to go naked? Do you choose to go naked? How's it going, Jab Jab Rain? Welcome on in. What, my head is attached? Your head is attached, yeah. You make your way along the path. And in fact, you know what? Can I show you this? Oh, I can see that there is a tall house made out of twigs. There is a house that is hanging from ropes that's swinging slightly on the breeze. There is an old house that looks like it might fall down. There's a really round house that has a hole in the center of it. There's a long house that looks like it has recently been burnt down. And there is a house that is upside down, where the floor is on the ceiling and the pointed roof is upside down. You hear a commotion. You hear a commotion coming from I suppose it'd be the roundhouse, yeah. You hear a commotion coming from the roundhouse, and weirdly lots of singing and music that seems to be appearing from everywhere. We didn't rescue their friend. We're fucked. It's not untrue. Okay, yeah, okay. You make your consequences, exactly. Always consequences. I am very much the kind of like GM that will 100% be right. All right, RNG and consequences. Let's go. Tell them we tried and show them our foot. Your foot does. Now that you are above the swamp, quite a way, you do realize that your foot stinks a little bit. In fact, oh my god. Okay. There is a little goblin in a cage that's, as you are going along one of these gangplanks, as it were, towards where the commotion is. There is a little goblin in a cage just swinging. And he looks over to you and he goes, he's just swinging. He's like really far out as well, so it's not like you could easily get to him. But yeah, he's just swinging there in a little cage, and he's sniffing your way. Oh, I've made my nose itch now that I've sniffed so much. Ugh. We did not harvest any turtle moss. You did not harvest any turtle moss, alas. Snake eyes again? No, that wasn't snake eyes. That was literally, I rolled a 6 to find out whether there was going to be a goblin there. That was what I rolled. Anything above a 4, I would have been like, yeah, oh, but a goblin there. Goblins for very specific reasons as well. Oh my god, I actually just realized that is going to be really interesting when you enter the Goblin City. Okay. We'll get to that when we get to the Goblin City. Interesting. Where was I? Snake eyes again. Yeah. See, so they have the goblin captured. They have a goblin captured. The goblins captured a fiery. At this point, it was just revenge for their goblin friend being taken. There are a few other like cages around the place. One of them has one of them's open and it has a nest in it, and there's some birds like nesting in it. Interesting. Yeah, one of them's got like a nest of birds in it. One of them's got some like random trinkets, like it's like a stash of something, that kind of thing. So there's quite a few like around. There's none with like skeletons or anything like that in it. It's kind of like they use them as like shelves. Whatever they find just gets sort of stashed in there, from what you can see. Love my makeup. Thank you very much, Lulu. I appreciate it. You make your way over to the commotion. Over to the commotion. Inside, there is a group of fireys that are all stood around, singing and dancing and throwing their limbs around. They detach a limb and they'll throw it at a friend. In fact, a couple of them are juggling each other's heads. Where's the storyteller? In one corner, surrounded by the fireys, is a brave and valiant knight of Yore, who's surrounded by these fireys, who are all attempting to pull off his arms. He also has a dog with him, a giant dog, or rather large dog mound. And the dog is hiding. The dog mount is hiding behind this Knight of Yore. And he's waving a little pole with a bauble on the end going, "Back! Back, I say! Get back! Don't worry, Ambrosius, we'll get out of here! Come back! Come on, Ambrosius! When we get out of here, this will be a mighty tale to tell! Go! And he swings at the fireys. Would you like to go and attempt to save this Knight of Yore? Perchance, friends. In fact, if so, let's have a poll to find out how. Yeah, I think everyone's up for yes. All right, new poll. How to save? Chunko charging. What of our current inventory? Well, I'll tell you what. Well, while I'm throwing these out, I will show you your character sheet. That is not your character sheet. Your character sheet has a few more on it. Let me just change it to the new one. So you have the marbles and you have the nipper stick currently. So you charge in full stop. Both of you and Chunko, because Chunko is able to come up with you. Although you do notice that as you are moving through the trees, that some of the wood is struggling to support Chunko. We can't just ignore Sir Didymus. I will fight you anywhere, anyhow, anyone. Am I not brave? Am I not truthful? Toss the marbles as a diversion first. Okay, so charge in. We could do charge in. Both of you. Toss marbles. Chunk charge in. Or Chunko, should I say. Not Ludo, Chunko. If I Chunko charge in and you sort of work your way around the back. Use nipper stick. steal limbs. Or I will change that to throw limbs. The choice is yours, friends. The choice is yours. The marbles wouldn't be heard of the chaos. There is a lot of chaos going on. They are definitely singing away about how they have caught. We caught the guy. We caught the hero of the tales. It's like a real funky tune that they're singing along to. Not the same tune as the one in the movie, but a different one, you know? Only your own head. What I do love about these, in fact, you know what? No, I'll wait. I'll wait until you've decided what you want to do, and then I will tell you. Whose limbs? The limbs of the fireys. So each of the fireys are sort of like taking off their own limbs and using a leg as a golf stick, or like attaching it to each other so they can become like a part centaur. The thing about the fireys is they can detach all of their limbs and their head. In fact, it said in the rules, 54% of you said throw limbs. All right. So you go in there, you leave Chunko outside because, I mean, he's a bit big to get in the door anyway. And then you throw some limbs. What I'll do is I will say that you are close enough to pick 2 of them. Okay? 5 and 6, you grab hold of legs. 3 and 4, you grab hold of arms. 2, you grab hold of a tail. And 1, you grab hold of their head. That is a 1 and a 6. So you grab hold of one of their legs and you pull it, and you manage to grab one of the heads as it's being like juggled, and you hold it by its hair, and it goes, wait a minute, who are you? What? Oh, Masasha, that is, Masasha, your thing has been upheld because that emote is an AI emote, and I don't want the emote in my chat. But you are good. Just so you know, we love you and we appreciate you, but that emote is not allowed in my chat. Because on a platform of all of these wonderful, wonderful artists, it is offensive that Twitch have used AI to make an emote. You didn't know? Well, now you do. Now you do. But yeah. What they said was, Fuyu, my bad. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but whatever it is, Fuyu, Masasha is taking accountability for it. Left leg with the foot and the head, yeah. And as you grab the head, the fiery looks at you and goes, hey, wait a minute, who are you? There's one emote of a cat wearing a Santa hat that is known to have been made from AI. I think it is literally Cat in the Chat is the name. There you go. There you go. Because I was very confused as to why that was being upheld. But yeah, it's because the emote itself has been that I blocked it. I blocked it. Put them under the moon, but the dice jail? Well, you've grabbed a head and you've grabbed a leg. He goes, hey, wait a minute. Who are you? And then at that point, the fireys all turn to look at you. Oh, bless him. I've just seen an unbanned request from the person that was being like, I should convert myself to Islam. and you, I suppose, realistically speaking, you take the leg and you use it as a baseball bat. And you absolutely smash it. You rolled a 6. That was a 6. You rolled a 6. So you pick it up and you grab the leg by the ankle and you smash it. And it goes out of the window and off into the bog, I suppose. At that point, see you later, Phoenix Defense, you beautiful being. At that point, the other fireys turn on you and they all go, "You're only supposed to throw your own head." And they all start dancing towards you, I suppose. That's what the fireys do. They dance towards you. And they're singing along about how you shouldn't be throwing other people's heads. And they're singing at you about how you come into their village and all of a sudden, who are you? What is this? Chunko's swatting some of them because they start making their way out of the house. As you create this diversion, Sir Didymus goes, "Thank you all, fair friend. Quick, let us make way. Tally-ho, Ambrosius." And he charges his way off. "Friend, where are we heading? Quick, to the entrance." And you're like, "Yeah, to the entrance." And you start charging ahead. And they're swinging through the trees, using each other's like limbs as like giant, like ropes, I suppose. Vines that Tarzan swings through as they swing through the trees, making their way over. I suppose I will do 3 dice for you and... Oh, you easily make it. Easily make it. You make your way over and get to the thingy. At that point, Ambrosius actually, I suppose, Panjandra rises up a little further and goes, "My friend, how I've..." and doesn't manage to finish their sentence because Ambrosius leaps off the edge and lands on the shell. You can either leap off the edge or you can take the ladder. The edge isn't too far, but the ladder will take longer, but will guarantee success. You don't have moss, no. 1's in chat if you want to leap off the edge with Ambrosius. 2's in chat if you want to take the ladder. 1's in chat, leap. 2's in chat, take the ladder. It's about equal so far. 2. Okay. Wasn't listening, but 2. That is fair. She-Halion, how you doing? How's it going? Okay. Jump, then hop. I think the majority there, from what I can see, are 2. Okay, you take the ladder. You take the ladder down. It takes you a little bit longer. By that point, let's roll some dice and see if any of the fireys get onto the thing. One of them does. One of them jumps onto the back of Panjandra, and looks like 2 of the others are about to leap as Panjandra starts moving away from the place. In fact, one of them jumps onto Panjandra's back, and 3 of the others start going off into the trees and further out into like the bog, as it were, the sort of swamp. What'd you miss? You have rescued a Knight of Yore, a dog-looking creature who rides another dog. You know, looking gorgeous. Thank you very much, She-Hulk. I appreciate that. You make your way over, and at that point, ooh, okay. you manage to... Well, no, technically speaking, that would... With that roll, that was basically a roll that I took to see how you would fend them off. Sir Didymus, as he announces, I, Sir Didymus, will fight your way. Get away with you, away. And he charges at them. At that point, the fiery backs off, like dances, does a little sort of shimmy backwards. Ludo grabs him by the top half. The legs start walking off around them while he's holding on to him. And you just rolled a 6. So you grab the head. And he goes, no, wait, you're only supposed to throw your own head. And you throw the head back towards the village. Chunko follows suit and throws the body and then picks up the legs and just twirls them and lobs them. However, doesn't lob them towards the village, just lobs them in a random direction. Oh, no. Ah, that's all right. That's all right. I was going for this one, though.
BRAT-ley friend.
That's right, Chunko. That's right. BRAT-ley friend.
Chunko down.
Don't worry, Chunko. We're going to go down soon. You see Sir Didymus turn to the wonderful turtle, Panjandra. He goes, oh, my friend, how I have missed you. I thought we were never going to see each other again, and here we have reunited thanks to the wonderful efforts of our dear companions. Yes. Now I can regale you many a tale of my adventure with the wonderful fair maiden Sarah, our old friend Ludo, and the little dwarf Hoggle. We had wonderful times. It was fantastic and glorious. And Panjandra goes, thank you for saving my friend. I will return the favor by taking you through the swamp. Yeah, that's probably about right. So at that point, Panjandra lifts again and starts marching straight through the swamp. Trees just get burrowed over. People quickly get their boats out the way. Strange creatures that live in the swamp itself do their absolute best to get out of the way as quickly as possible. There are a couple of situations where Panjandra walks over people's houses because there's no other way around. And every single time the giant turtle goes, sorry, excuse me, I didn't mean to. I will be back to help you. Would like to try and hit the head with the upper leg with as much leverage and momentum as possible. The knee consists of too many different tissues. Oh, yeah. I was about to say, for you, as much as I appreciate the dedication to detail, as I say, it's a fantasy game. We're going it. Valid impediment to get my nerd on? Are you trying to dim my nerdy light? No, trying to dim the nerdy light. Just saying that it's meant to be a nice, light-hearted thing, you know? There's a level of detail that I did not consider when putting on, when jumping into the labyrinth, you know? How's it going, Plum Roberta? How you doing, you beautiful individual? Nothing is more important than taking one's imagination seriously. Oh, my lordy. History of medicine was my special interest. Anatomical, naturally part of the deal. You're welcome to... I enjoyed figuring this out. That's fair. That is absolutely fair. Not by... That's perfectly fine. As long as you enjoyed it, that's what matters, you know? So, yeah. So, you march through. In the process of it, you see through the swamps and the bog, and it stinks and what have you. Somebody mentioned earlier about having stench removing moss. There isn't any. It's not it isn't a thing that naturally occurs. I know what you're going for because of the fact that Panjandra doesn't smell of the bog. She smells of like herbs and stuff, but it's not like the moss that does it. It's just something very natural about Panjandra that she's managed to convert the smell into a different thing. Yeah, so she explains. I'm not going to do the voice completely, but she explains that basically it's just something that's always been. She has never smelt the smell. She doesn't smell the bog of eternal stench, and she doesn't know why she smells different. No one's ever told her that she smells different. And Sir Didymus loves the smell of the bog of eternal stench. He's like, nah, the air is fragrant. It is sweet and fragrant. No. And he starts to tell a story. As you are traveling through the bog, he tells a story of a young girl who accidentally gave her little brother to the Goblin King by saying the wrong words at the wrong time in sheer frustration. And the goblins kidnapped this young girl's little brother, and she had to make her way through the labyrinth to try and get back her little brother. However, there was ulterior motives because the Goblin King wanted to marry her. He considered the girl to be the most beautiful that he had ever beheld. And she managed to usurp the Goblin King and get back her little brother with the help of her companions, Sir Didymus, Ambrosius, Ludo, and Hoggle. You know? Can we rub our stinky foot to get rid of the smell? You can rub your stinky foot. It just doesn't get rid of the smell. In fact, you literally take this time while you're going through to take off your shoe, take off the sock. It doesn't like pass on to anything. It's sort of like seeped into the fabric of the shoe and the sock and your foot itself. The fabric of your foot, the skin of your foot, and no matter what you do, you cannot get that smell off. As they say, once something smells, once you step foot in the bog of eternal stench, you will smell bad forever.
Smell bad.
No one's aiming at the level of detail that spawns once I enter the conversation. I love nitpicking and being accurate, so I'll just provide the nitpicking details. You guys use your creativity to figure out the next step. Not my strong suit. We're all having a great time. I'm glad we're all having a great time. Just be aware that sometimes too much detail can sort of take the fun out of it for some people. Like, I'm fine now, but just generally speaking, I know that if someone goes into really minute detail on something, I'm like, I don't need to know this. I'm not a details person. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, okay, well, what's the thing? And I'm really glad that you, all of you beautiful people, have your passions and stuff like that. But it is one of those things I'm like, that's great. I love that for you. Absolutely. I am not a details person. You know? I'm the kind of person that doesn't enjoy a spreadsheet. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, you march your way through the swamp, plodding along step by step, and you can see that you are making great time. Like, as you're going through, and like she is taking a direct route straight over to where the trash mountains are, that it would have taken you a good couple of hours to navigate this this path. You would have been at least 2 to 3 hours further down the route than you had. And then you get to these giant trash heaps. In fact, as on the horizon, the trash sort of litters over into the swamp, and there is a river that goes from further in the trash heap down into the swamp that seems to be adding pollution to it. And around the edge of this river, there is a garrison made out of trash with goblins walking along the edges and firing like little cannonballs as it was. And they're always like, halt, hold there, halt, I say, no, stay back, halt, be back. And Panjandra just walks straight through the whole thing, just marches through it. They fire cannons and they just bounce off Panjandra's shell. You all move to the back a little bit so that you're hidden away from all of the bits and pieces. There's they fire shells that are like that explode and spray like some odd liquid, and it starts to foam up. But she just walks straight through them all and walks into the trash heap, into the mountains of trash. How's it going, Ascon? How you going? Oh, thank you very much, Jam. Marches straight into the trash and then turns around, and in between these two like big mountains of trash, she says, "This is as far as I take you. I can't go into the trash mountains. It hurts my feet." And she settles herself down, and she allows you to exit, as it were. You slide off and make your way into the trash mountains. Sir Didymus stays behind. He waves you off and goes, "Farewell! Farewell, brave warriors! I wish you luck. May we meet again. I have many stories to tell, and I am a man of honor. I will tell until the last tale is told, and then I shall depart onto grander adventures. Perhaps my dear friend here, Panjandra, will join me." "Yes, I would like an adventure." "Any parting advice, friend?" "Oh, that's a good question. Stay away from the main gate. There's a giant automatic style goblin creature that scared dear Ambrosius. Isn't that right, Ambrosius? Yes, you were terrified. Absolutely terrified. When you're in the Goblin City, be aware of the fact that it's full of goblins. And please be aware of the fact that inside the Goblin Castle itself, well, sometimes the things that you're looking for are not quite what they expect. And sometimes the path to that expectation requires you to go alone. Well, that's what my dear friend Lady Sarah told me." Love you, Sir Didymus Treasure. Thank you very much. I've seen Labyrinth too much, evidently, you know. Goblin City full of goblins. Must write this down. Yeah, exactly. "Farewell, my friends. Come, Panjandra, my dear companion. May we wander into the swamps, go further, and find my toll bridge. Where I can tell you all about my wonderful adventure and how I met the beautiful Sarah." So, you make your way further into the trash heap. The trash is piled very high, and there is like a path through it, but it's all littered with stuff. It's like old prams and random bits of odds and ends. It looks like a stereotypical trash heap and smells like a stereotypical trash heap. There seems to be rubbish here from every like age, as it were. There's like bits of old car, but then like a pushchair from the 1800s, an umbrella that you find from the like the late 1700s. There's like seems to be bits of trash from all over the world, all over the place, you know. Do you find? Nope, you got no idea what time it is or how long you've got left. Lube up them lips, you know it. You know it. Finally, loot. Sometimes with how pretty you are, you remind me of Boy George from Culture Club back in the 80s. Oh, thank you very much. Reference to Boy George being meant in a bad way. Genuinely wondering. I mean, you can be, yeah. Some people could take it in a bad way, but I definitely don't. I definitely don't. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Clutchy spells. You're for creativity. That folk never admires beauty or logic and tech stuff. I heard you. Tends to get carried away. That's all right. That's not all right. The carried away with the quickly with nitpicking. If it's the case, just give me a gentle nudge, everyone. Not a problem. Not a problem for you. Thank you very much for letting us know. But yeah, I will let you know now that is something that gets on my... Nothing against you by any stretch of imagination. Just something that I personally find quickly pulls me out of a situation, do you know? My inner raccoon is thrilled. It's very much trash goblins. Absolutely. Absolutely. As you are making your way further in between this, you see in the distance that there is a... How many hours left right now? You don't know. I rolled to see if there was a clock, but there wasn't. So, because I'm all about the RNG, but so you're not entirely sure. You're not entirely sure how long is left. But you make your way in, and you get further into the trash heap. Slowly but surely, that's sort of winding your way in there. You see, like, lots of different creatures rooting around in the trash. You see goblins, mostly. Some dwarves that are doing bits and pieces. There aren't many, like, horned beast or anything like that. I don't think you'd probably see any horned beast at this stage. No humans. There does seem to be, every so often, you see like a small pile of trash just move in the distance, which is a bit odd. And then you turn a corner. The hills of trash ripple and surge. A maw suddenly gapes, toothed with broken bottles and splintered woods. Eyes made from old china squint.
Who enters the domain of Nash, the imperishable? Have you come to pay homage to my glory?
A giant mound of rubbish, something that you completely mistook for another pile of trash, turns to you. The entire thing rotates, and the mouth opens up, and you realize that this trash is actually an animate person. A creature made of rubbish. Kind of like the hands when you fall down to the oubliette. Okay. Bear with me while I just get the next bit ready. Where is it? Ah. There we go.
I see you. What have we here? I see a horned beast, a tiny worm, and a human. Well, I am Nash the Imperishable. I am the Lord of the Junk Fields. Yes, I have been looking for my vassals. I am going to be queen of this area.
Speaking to trash, checks inventory. Do we have anything to bribe trash? I mean, you have. Let's have a look. You have a bag of marbles and a nipper stick and a smelly foot. You don't have the coins anymore. You paid the coins to the ferryman in order to get passage over to meet Panjandra, which there was So basically the way I do it is, like I say, every choice that you make has different offshoots, and there's a whole load of different stuff that you have missed from all the other different offshoots, because there's no way you could have taken it. But you ended up finding the turtle, helping the turtle, and meeting Sir Didymus, which is always a good little hark back. Do you know what I mean? But yeah.
I am Nash, and as I was saying, I am looking for my loyal subjects, my vassals of state. After all, I cannot be Nash the Imperishable if I have no vassals. I mean, I can't find my vassals. I will not deal with... Fine. I tell you what, I will be honest with you. I am not a very good lord of the junk fields. Huh? No, I have no vassals to pay homage to my glory. But I will one day. In fact, perhaps you can help me. Perhaps you can assist me. Yes. Yes. If you can bring me vassals, people who can pay homage to my glory and wonder, I will trade you and honor you with great titles.
You have the option, friends, at this stage, to search for vassals. New poll. Vassals. Do you search the area for people? Peeps. Do you leave Nigel? Do you leave Chunko? Leave them both? Or just leave? Just leave and carry on with your way. As always, there are consequences. There are always consequences. But the choice is up to you as to what you do. Shake the pouch, it rouse. It does indeed. The pouch is full of marbles. Worn boy, fancy new home. The worm boy. Yeah, fancy a new home.
Well, yeah, I suppose. I'm not against it. Well, I could go with you, or I could stay here as his vassal. It's entirely up to you. I'm just along for the ride. I've enjoyed this, you know. I've been on an adventure before. Takes a lot for a worm to get off on an adventure, you know. Takes a lot for a worm to do anything. We're worms.
Vassals like non-foes who can fight, generally speaking. Yeah, they're looking. Nash the Imperishable is looking for servants, effectively. 50% of you said just leave. 45% of you said search the area for peeps, and 5% of you said leave Nigel. I like to give you the option. You've got NPCs. Why not? Do you know what I mean? Why do you want BRAT-ley CHAT-sworth to leave their friends behind? I'm just saying that you can leave your friends behind. All right? I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying you can. You have the ability to. Okay? You do. You say, Nash the Imperishable, I thank you for your gracious time. However, unfortunately, we are in a rush, and I need to get to the castle that lies beyond the Goblin City.
Oh, well, that's not very good, is it? I need vassals. How am I meant to be the lord of the junk hills if I don't have vassals? Oh, don't you walk away from me.
And you try and graciously leave. In fact, do you know what? Let's have a look. You fail miserably. You don't botch it. It's not a critical fail, but it was a 2. So with you and your blunt characteristic, you are not good at communication through verbal means, and you make your way. You make your way through, and you leave. And as you are leaving, you could hear Nash grumbling behind you, criticizing everything. Every little thing that you have ever done.
Oh, well, you won't see the last of me. I am nasty, embarrassable.
In which case, you will move on. Oh, there we go. That's the one. You come to a fork in the road. I suppose it is. Yeah, no, it would be. You come to a fork in the road. One is going off at 1 o'clock. So if you're 12 o'clock is directly in front of you. One's going off at 1 o'clock. One's going off at 3 o'clock. And one is going off at 10 o'clock. Which path do you want to take? 1, 3, or 10. Put them in the chat. The one that gets the most goes. Who the heck voted to leave Nigel?
Well, I don't really know. I just wanted to come along for an adventure, you know?
3 o'clock. 3, 3, 3. 10, 10, 3, 3, 10. Okay, we're about equal between 10s and 3s there. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. More 3s. 3, 3. Okay, 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Okay, you make your way along. Oh, wow, yeah, I forgot about that one. That's right, you missed that one. That's fine. You make your way along, and in the distance, you hear some strange laughter, like lots of laughter. Raucous laughter carries through the junkyard. Ahead, brightly colored bunting stretches from junk heap to junk heap, and garish stalls slump against each other. A sword juts up out of a rock. Its edge is coated with rust. A burly figure steps out of the crowd and grasps it.
Unhand me, sir,
the sword cries.
I told you, brutes, I am retired.
You walk up, and there is a series of small, ramshackle tents that are cast about the place. And in between those tents and off towards all of the trash piles is multicolored bunting made out of random bits of old tablecloth, bits of dress, some strange fucking fabrics, some waterproof stuff. It's just basically random bits of fabric cut into triangles and made into bunting, all of multicolors. There seems to be a festival going on. Around each of the tents that you can see from across the way is a stall that is selling bits. It has lots of random little trinkets. And each one is manned by a goblin. Okay. It looks as though all the people have come from all over the Goblin King's domain. They literally seem to, like, there's horned beasts here and like even a couple of humans. There seems to be pixies and elves. There's a couple of the same creature that was the Sparrow King, the weird sort of cricket creatures. Yeah, there's people from all over the Goblin Kings, and they're each one of them. There's like a line that is going up to claim the sword for themselves. In the corner, there are fireys juggling their heads to the delight of no one but themselves. There's junk ladies, like ladies that are covered in junk and have giant backs, like sort of made out of junk, or the junk is piled up on their backs, that are rubbing their hands together in greedy anticipation. And there's even a couple of worms that are there, though they don't entirely know how they're going to pull out the sword themselves, but they are in the queue. They're being carried by a dwarf, but they are in the queue because they're determined to have a go. Very much sword in the stone. And every single time that somebody tries to pull the sword out of the stone, the sword gives a very, very grumpy complaint.
I told you I'm retired. How many times do I have to tell you all? This isn't some ancient prophecy. Look at me. I'm rusted. I'm far beyond my finest years.
Off to one edge is a cauldron that is bubbling away in the corner. It's got a weird brown liquid in it, and as you are walking in, you sort of pass it on your side. There is a very, very rough sign on it that says stew, S-T-U, and it says, give your strength to the number win. Have stew. Give your strength to win. And there is a little goblin behind it, who's just like, oh, yeah, goblin, give strength to win. What would you like to do, chat? The first option gets put in there. Do you want to... In fact, you know what? I'll do it properly, because we've done it all before. We'll do a poll. 1 minute poll. New poll. What do? Have stew. Browse markets. Or browse stalls. Get in line to pull out the sword. Or I suppose I can give you the option to just leave. Ooh. Let's change that to try and leave. Choice is yours, friends. Have a chat with the sword and ask. I suppose you can get in line and have a conversation with the sword afterwards, absolutely. Does the sword want to come out? It doesn't look like the sword wants to come out. It very much looks like the sword wants to stay in the stone, and there is like a couple of people around that are touting of the legend of the sword. There's a figure in an old top hat who is selling tickets off to a side, who is like basically getting like selling tickets to have a go at pulling the sword out. A whinger. Yeah. He's very much a whinger.
Get off me! What have I told you? I don't want... Leave me alone. I'm retired. Do you know what it's like being a hero's sword and retired? Good Lord. None of you are getting me out of this stone. Oh, far too weak.
At this point, the 42% of you get in line. No worries. At this point, the dwarf walks forward and the two worms like sit on the sword's hilt and then wrap themselves around the handle and look like they're stressing, like they're desperately trying to pull the sword out. And then the figure in the old top hat, who looks very crickety, like an old man, but just really thin and bones and what have you. And he goes, next, come on, have a good time. Offer to abandon the sword. So you get in line, friends. You get in line. You stick around for about 10 minutes to get the thingy. There is a... Yeah, there is a line going up to it. There is a chance... Well, I suppose there isn't a chance because the line's going up to it. As you join the line, the figure in the top hat comes over and he goes, "You're there, fancy having your go, dear. That's all right. Well, I got tickets here. What you got for sale there, eh? Oh, no coin, just offer a trade. I see how it is. Well, what you got? Marbles, and a nipper stick. No, I've got one of them. I tell you what, 2 marbles. 2 marbles, you can have a ticket." I'm assuming that you take the ticket for 2 marbles. But I will give you the choice. One's in chat if you want to take the ticket for 2 marbles. Pay up. Yeah. More fuckery. Absolutely. Cool. You pay up. You now have 8 marbles. 8 marbles, not 10 marbles. That is not a problem at all. Okay. Okay. So. You have a choice at this point. Well, I tell you what, you asked the sword if he wants to come out because you mentioned that earlier. Do you want to come out? And he goes, "No, I don't want to come out at all. I have retired. I just wish these people would leave me alone. I was once a brave sword, fighting alongside a great hero of the trash heaps. But now I'm old. I'm rusted. People think there is some legend that I am invincible, but I swear one swing of me and I'll crack right down the middle." You realize that the blade is like curved. It like snakes up, as it were. In fact, I can show you what the sword itself looks like. Boop. Ooh, hello. No, wrong one. That's what the sword looks like. As it swerves up. But obviously you can't see the end of it because the end of it is inside the stone itself. It's a curvy boy, exactly. Slowly losing our marbles, steadily but surely. The longer you play this game, the more you lose that marbles. It's a vorpal blade. Who knows? It certainly looks really shit. Like, it's inside the rock, and that is difficult. But like it's in the rock, and the rust seems to have like eroded it into the rock itself. Like there's rust in the rock, like in the stone that it's a part of. It doesn't look very good. In fact, the rust is flaking off the blade a little bit. It looks like a shit sword. It looks like the kind of thing that people wouldn't fucking buy because they're like, this is real shit. Is the stew greasy? From what you can see from here, yeah, it looks pretty minging. And it didn't smell good. However, what I will do while I'm here, I'm just going to roll a single dice, which is your observation. 5. You notice that as you are walking around the as you're walking around this sort of festival, this little market stall thing, everywhere you go, goblins start moving towards you. So as you're walking around, they're like, and they just start just steadily just marching up towards you. Like there's a crowd around the area as you come up, you and Chunko come up to the sword itself and have this conversation. And there are a few of them that are like few goblins that are trying to push through the crowd. And it kind of feels like you're Gonna like you're like they're trying to get to you. That's what it feels like. What do? Leave sword. Bearing in mind that if you leave the sword, it does mean that he will still be harassed by everybody else. So leaving him there doesn't stop him from being harassed by everybody else. It just means that you leave him there. Do you know what I mean? Do you leave the sword? Do you try pulling it out? Get Chunko to pull it out. Convince the sword to come of its own volition. Or you say pour stew on the sword? Sure. Sure. It will cost you another marble. But if that's what you want to do, sure thing. Talk sweet, sweet talk to the old boy. You can certainly do that if that's what you want to do. That's the options you have. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. While you're doing that, I'm just reading up the next bit. All right, okay. I forgot about that bit. That's fun. That's fun. We can work with that. We can work with that. We can work with that. Okay, 73% of you said convince the sword. Now, you do have negatives because of the fact that you have got your blunt. One of your character traits is blunt. So you do get negatives on convincing the sword. And then pour stew on the sword was the second option. That's hilarious. I will roll 2 dice and we'll take the lower of the 2. Your poker face needs word. There's just too much good stuff in here, all right? 2. You cannot convince him. He is very, he's no. One of these days, these people will leave me alone. I just want them to leave me be. Why are they constantly in my face? I just wish they'd leave me alone. No, you go away as well. Just because you want me as well. You're trying to sweet talk me. I mean, it's a new technique, but I will not be falling for it. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Time for the stew. Do you know what? Sure. You want to spend another marble on stew? You call for one of the them to bring you over some stew, and you pour it on. It costs you another marble to do it, but they bring you over a pot of stew, and you pour stew on it. What does it do? That is a good question. That is a good question.
Well, what are you doing? What? Oh, covering me in stew. What? I won't leave with you, so you throw old horrible stew at you?
It does. The stew smells of old shoes. It smells like old leather that's been left under the stairs too long.
Oh, this is disgusting. Oh, what disrespects I've had. All of this time, you come to me, you try and convince me, and then now I won't do what you say. You throw stew at me. God, and back in my day, they used to have respect for a weapon.
Does he feel harassed or lubed? He feels both. He does. The stew is definitely greasy. You can try and pull him out. New poll. What do? Try and pull him out. Chunko, pull him out. Or leave him be. I will give you that option. I will give you that option. I will absolutely give you that option. Chunko does get benefits to lifting and carrying, so he would be rolling at advantage to pull him out. Absolutely. You wouldn't get any advantages. You'd just be rolling it raw, but Chunko would get advantages for it. He would be rolling with advantage, shall we say. But that's entirely up to you. That is entirely up to you. Whatever you fancy, I am all about. I am all about. Chunko, pull him out. All right. All right. Andy's lubed. So Chunko rolls at advantage. Andy's lubed with the thingy. Yeah. All right. Easily. 6. You pull him out. That was a 6 and a 4. Took the higher of the 2. Chunko goes, okay. And grabs hold of the sword and just goes, soup, and just takes the entire thing straight out of there. As soon as you pull him out, you hear the roar of the crowd celebrating. Just absolutely applauding wildly. And then you hear a shrill shriek. A scream that pierces your ears. And everyone around you is just constantly like covering their ears. It is almost stunning. In fact, I will roll to see. Do you know what? I'll roll everybody else first. On an average. Oh, good lord. The vast majority of them fall unconscious. A lot of them fall unconscious. I will now roll for you and Chunko. You are all right. Chunko collapses. He's not quite out of it, but he sort of falls over and he's like very much dazed. Very much dazed. And in amongst the with a 4, in amongst the shriek, you can hear a voice saying, put me back, put me back, put me back, put me back. I'm not going to do the screech, but it says, put me back, 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 put me back. But it is so shrill. It is proper ear piercing, causing like migraine causing like shrill squeak. Do you want to put the sword back? That is the question. This has definitely been one of those episodes where chat have made some very questionable decisions. Sure, it's not worth the tinners. No. Okay, I tell you what. Ones, if you want to put the sword back. Twos, if you don't want to put the sword back. I will give you a one. In fact, you know what? How intelligent are you? Okay. I will give you a warning that the sword doesn't have ears. Doesn't have lungs. So it doesn't sound like he's gonna stop. One. I agree, it's been very correct. It really has. It really has. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, ones will put it back. Twos will... Was that right? My brain's now melting. Ones will put it back. Twos were keep it, right? Ones put it back. Yeah, okay. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Counted that one twice. 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, and then there's one extra one. Oh my god, literally by one vote. By one vote, you put this all back. And as soon as he stops. Oh, do you know what? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll work with that. I'll work with that. As soon as he goes back into his stone, the shrilling stops immediately. And he's like, "Ah, I told you I didn't want to be moved. I was perfectly fine here. I'm retired. I think I deserve, after all I've been through, I think I deserve my retirement. Why won't anybody leave me alone?" Would it have worked if we had dunked it in the shoe? You still would have heard it. You still would have heard it. It would have been muffled, but it still would have been there. And you wouldn't have been able to then move it, you know? However, this does provide you with an opportunity. Because people around you are now mostly dazed and some of them have collapsed. So, you have an option. What do? Ooh, that's a really good point, actually. 6. You see a clock. You see a clock. And you can see that there are 4.5 hours left on left of your 13 hours. Did I calculate that right? Tell a lie. There are 5 hours left. 4.5. It wasn't 4.5. 4. There are 5 hours left. Because you helped out Panjandra, and that saved you. Yeah. That's right. There we go. 4.5 hours, chat. Don't do chaos shenanigans. You know that. I know full well that you lot have got chaos and shenanigans, but still, 5 hours left. You have 3 options, friends, while the adverts are on. Three options. While everyone is dazed, you have the option. Oh, actually. I mean, I'll give you the option. It's there. The worm in your hair, for some reason, is actually perfectly okay. In fact, the worms are both okay. The two little worms that were trying to pull out the sword, even though they're worms, they're fine. And the worm in your hair, Nigel, is fine. But you have four options. Do you, while everyone is dazed, do you grab a handful of wares and run? Do you browse the wares to see what's there? Do you rouse Chunko, because he is still dazed? Or do you just leave? I'll give you the option. What does chat think? That should be enough time, I hope. There are options to get more time back. One of the major issues was the fact that you lost 2 hours because you pissed off the Goblin King. That was one of your major issues. That entire situation probably would have taken half an hour, but you pissed off the Goblin King. And it was like, okay, you pissed off the Goblin King, you're going to lose 2 hours. That was right at the beginning of the session, you know? Get Chunko and Scoot. There are lots of wares. That's all I'll say. Just leave. So you get Chunko and just leave. They won't say, okay, yeah. You get Chunko. And sort of like, instead of thinking, you just shuffle him on and he's like,
okay. Yes.
BRAT-ley friend.
And you're like, yes, Chunko. Yes, come on, let's go. You make your way further in towards where you can see the walls in the distance. You're quite close to the walls now. However, the route that you come to has a big wall in front of you, which is, it's an actual wall that has been made between like two corridors of rubbish, two corridors of trash, as it were. So as you're walking down, you walk down, around, turn the corner, and there is a big wall in front of you. The path leads to a pass between two giant trash cliff faces, now blocked by a goblin fortification. A wall of stone runs across the gap, with heavy portcullis in the center. Goblins patrol atop the wall in a more or less disciplined fashion, and man some dangerous-looking contraptions mounted on the battlements. In front of the fortification, huge boulders lie scattered about, which look suspiciously like faces when viewed from the right angle. And so you can see this giant wall, and then beyond that, you can see the wall to the Goblin City. Me, both Valen and Jareth. That works. That works. Can we get a list of doable options to get time back? Only if you come across them. The thing is for you, like, I've planned out so many different options for chat and the community to do it. It just depends on whether you go down those routes. Like, I've basically mapped out various different paths. Like, for example, if you hadn't have helped Panjandra, if you'd have gone on the ferry, there was an option in that to turn the time back. However, you actually saved probably more time going with Panjandra. It just really depends on which path you go down, you know? I give options for various different things. There was an option further back, depending on how you did the Sparrow Prince, but because you left the Sparrow Prince and didn't get to speak to birds and have favor of the birds, there was no way for another option for you to get time back. So if we choose a path including the chance to win back time, can we try? And that's about it. Yes. Yeah. So each thing is like there's various different options in here, and I've also come up with my own variety of different scenarios. The only way to win back time is through engaging in some of those scenarios. A lot of the stuff you've been doing recently has just been running away from scenarios. I mean, there was the whole situation earlier with the Goblin King where he was like, I'll give you those 2 hours back if you sit with me and watch what happens. And instead, you chose to try and save him and fucked it all up. And it was like, okay. So yeah, nitpicking the preparation. There's you can nitpick all you want. It doesn't change the fact. It doesn't change what happens. You know, the fact of the matter is, I've prepared it all. I've prepared loads of different things, and I've also got random encounters in there as well. But it's just the reason why we haven't had many random encounters is purely down to the fact that we haven't had the time. But yeah, consequences. Every single situation that you have come up on in all 3 episodes, like the city walls, the hedge maze, and the Lands of Yore, every single one of them has consequences. Just depending on how severe the consequences are. Like, for example, the reason why it is 5 hours and not 5.5 hours is because you didn't leave anybody with what's her name? Grash. If you'd have left the worm with Grash would have made it so the trash took you straight to or Nash, excuse me, would have taken you straight to the walls of the sea with one other dynamic, one other interaction. Told you. There you go. Madam Myriad was like, yeah, leave the fucking worm. Fuck the worm. So yeah, it absolutely just turns out that the turn of events have just been not exactly the turn of events, and also the dice rolls haven't really been in people's favor, you know. But yeah, so you come to this big wall, and there are some mean-looking goblins walking across the top of the wall, and you are walking up amongst these rocks that look like faces. None of them are talking to you, but there are rocks that look like faces. And as you're going up, as you get there, oh my god, this is perfect. There are a handful of goblins at the wall that are just stood there. In fact, one of them stood off to a side, or like leaning against one of the rocks. He is playing a bugle, which is like, you know, the fox hunting horns, but he can't play the bugle. It doesn't stop him trying though. He's just going. He's got a bugle, and he is trying his heart out. But he is not very good. Go make dinner. Go make dinner. Tontu, hello, you beautiful bean. How's it going? No, I just love this guy. Yeah. That's what happens. And you never know. There might be benefits. In fact. Yeah, all right. The worm, Nigel, goes,
Yeah, I know that guy. That's Lieutenant. That's his name. He might be able to get us through them gates.
After that, you wander over to Lieutenant. You say hello. And Lieutenant goes,
You smell very good. You smell really good. I like you.
and he gets a little bit closer, and then he moves like down your leg. And you're like, what the fuck is going on? And then he starts sniffing at your foot. The foot that went in the bog of eternal stench. And he is snorting away at that foot. Getting right in there. Oh, it's really good. It's really good. It's really good. Oh, it's really good. As he goes, 5 other goblins come along. One has a chest covered in different medals, and he has a twirly baton that he's pointing, being like, blah, blah. One has a giant ear horn. You know, like the old style, like how to hear ear horns. One of them looks really, really nervous. One of them looks really, really nervous, and he's like skitting around behind the others. Actually, no, I think that's the only 3 that come over to you. The others don't. So yeah, there's the one covered in medals. The one who looks like really, really nervous. And one who's got a giant ear horn. And as they get closer, they also start like sniffing at you, and steadily, but like really like keen to get really close to your foot. Nigel calls out. He's like, "Yeah, Lieutenant, Lieutenant." And he's like, "Oh." In fact, it's actually the other one with the ear horn that is like,
What is it you want?
And he goes,
What's your name?
and he goes, what?
And he goes, what's your name? And he goes, what? He goes, what's your name? And he goes, what?
And at that point, Ludo goes,
Uh,
or Chunko goes,
funny name, what?
Yeah, it is a funny name. Yeah, it is, yeah. Oh, his name's what?
what is your name, Tony? No, his name's what? The guy with the ear horn that has bad hearing is called what? That's his name.
And he goes, we're trying to get into the Goblin City. Can you help us?
He goes,
What? We're trying to get into the Goblin City. Can you help us? I don't know. I'll ask the General.
and he goes,
Yes. General, they're trying to get into the Goblin City. Can we help them? Yes! We can assist them all. We're always assisting. That's fine. That's not a problem. We can do all the bits and pieces. You smell really good. Yes, especially for that smell. Yes, I tell you what, I tell you what, we'll do a trade. You surrender to us, we'll get you in the city.
that's what he says.
He says, you surrender to us. Tell you what, considering you smell so unbelievably wonderful, I will trade you safe passage into the city for your sock.
Trade for a shoe, trade for a sock. I'll leave you, I mean, you can leave the shoe as well if you want.
Because you surrender to us, and we'll get you into the city.
And then he goes,
But
sock for sure. Yeah, trade for the sock. I was going to give an option, but sure, absolutely. Sock or shoe. One of the two. You know. I can have the bloody sock. Seems legit. I'm in. Sweet. You take off your shoe, take off your sock, give them the sock, and he goes, and he goes,
yes, quickly, this way.
and he calls up to one of the goblins on the wall.
Nemigues!
And the thing he comes out with a loudspeaker, like one of the megaphones. You know the old ones the directors had? And he's like, what do you want? Nemequest, we've got some prisoners. We've got some prisoners we're taking into the castle. We've got some prisoners. And he says, okay. And the portcullis opens. And a cart comes out that's being dragged by some of the bipedal lizard mounts they have. And in the back of the cart is a giant cage. And he goes, well, got to get in here if you want to get entrance to the castle. Do you want to get in the cage? You've traded your sock for it. Do you want to get in the cage? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Yes, 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 yes. Is there a lock? There is a lock. There is indeed a lock. Yep. 111. Everyone's getting in the cage. Had to rather know. No, it's not a bad idea. Cool. Absolutely. You get in the cage. Chunko gets in the cage. And Nigel's still on your head. We're still in the bog sock. You've traded the bog sock for entry into the city. They shut the cage. They lock the cage. And they pull the big, like, sheet, the waxed canvas over the edge of you, and you are in near darkness. There are some, like, holes in the canvas that have been, like, picked at. And you can see the portcullis as you are, like, driven through the portcullis and then down alongside the castle, alongside the city walls, and then in through like a smaller gate. It's not as big as the gate on the movie. It's like a smaller gate. And then down some streets. You can feel the cobbles like rocking the cage and the cart behind you. And you have made it in to the Goblin City. There's no key. No key. By any stretch of the imagination. You have made it into the Goblin City in the back of a cage. The bustle of the Goblin City is constant and deafening, with goblins peddling strange wares on every corner, shouting to be heard. Though every denizen is a goblin, there are no two that are alike in manner or appearance. And that is all. You have made your way through the lands of Yore and into the Goblin City. Next, we will see ourselves manage to get through the Goblin City and find out whether you can make it to the Goblin Castle in time, with a mere 5 hours to get there and reclaim your memories. Still 5 hours, yeah. Yep, still 5 hours. Which means you've got 2.5 hours to get through the Goblin City, then 2.5 hours to find your memories in the Goblin Castle and confront Jareth. Now we need the sword. The sword didn't look like it was ever going to be useful. Do you know what I mean? Love story time with Val and Jareth. We can do it! Yeah. Well, I believe you can. But there's only one way to find out. And that is to indulge ourselves in a 4th chapter. A 4th chapter. I will add it, as always, to the votes for the next donation goal. If you would like to see more of this, you are welcome to do so. The next donation goal reward is next Thursday at 7 p.m. BST. So next Thursday night, 7 p.m. BST, where I will be reading another few chapters from Dracula, which was, I didn't think that was going to win. I thought we were going to do chapter 4 of Labyrinth already, but it won by like 3 votes on the last one. So that is what we're going to be doing. But for now, my friends, that is where we are leaving my dear, joyous, Well, I'm actually, today has been quite the fuck up, hasn't it? It's been great. It's been wonderful. I've really, really enjoyed myself. But there is so much that went wrong in this session. But that's the joy of RNG. That's the joy of rolling dice and stuff like that. Just take the rewards and saw what you did. Why did you go to such great lengths? What did you do? What did I do to deserve this? I wasn't aware that it could be that mean. Wipes away tear. The dad joke option is gone. Oh yeah, I have taken it away for streams like this for you. I take it away for streams like this because otherwise I don't want to interrupt like the flow of it, the flow of the show, as it were, when with stuff like that. It'll be back on Monday. It'll be back on Monday. Fear ye not. It will be back. It's still there. Oh yeah, it still exists. It still exists. I just turn them off for like special streams like this. It's kind of like the way I mute notifications when we're doing the audiobook streams, just because I don't want to ruin the flow of it, if that makes sense. If that makes sense. But thank you so much for being here, friends. I really, really appreciate it. That's very, very kind. Considering I don't stream on a Friday night, I am extremely grateful that you've all turned up today and you all enjoyed it. You all took part in the chaos and shenanigans of the Labyrinth roleplay scenario, the Labyrinth roleplay game, which is wild and fun. I'm really enjoying this. This has worked so much better than I was expecting it would. And even though today was made of many bad decisions and many consequences, you still made it into the Goblin City. You still made it into the Goblin City with time to spare as well. So there is still time to complete the thing. And let me be very clear, friends. Let me be very clear. I am exactly the kind of GM. I am exactly the kind of GM that has no qualms with people failing. I got no issue with you failing. You fall in the bog of eternal stench. You fall in the bog of eternal stench. You fail because you run out of time. You fail because you run out of time. So it's entirely what happens. I got no qualms with it. I like the fact that there is a genuine threat there. You know, there is a genuine threat that is lingering over all of us. However, friends, we are going to go raid somebody. We're going to go throw some love at somebody because I like to throw some love at people. I like to be able to go and throw love at delightful human beings. And I've been making a special effort this month because we've been setting challenges in our stream team this month for each other. I've been making a special effort this month to raid stream members, stream team members, as it were. So I would very much appreciate it if you can come over with me to raid another wonderful stream team member who I very much appreciate, and I fucking love their stuff, so it's gonna be great. Friends, before we go anywhere though, friends, could you do me a massive, massive, massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod love from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful, wonderful moderators. I would really, really appreciate this. Mods, thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for all you do. Thanks so much for all you do in and out of stream. All the stuff you do for me behind the scenes and all the stuff you do for this wonderful, wonderful community. Let me throw some mod loves out there myself. There's just a whole load of love hearts. There you go. I really appreciate it, especially on days like today, mods, because I don't normally stream on Fridays. I've been doing a whole load of extra streams, and these mods have fucking turned up, and I really, really, really appreciate it from the bottom of my cold and miserable heart. My Goblin Prince heart. I really, really appreciate it. It's very, very kind of you. Caro, thank you very much for using your channel points to praise the mods. Lotusaka, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like, claiming cheeky kisses? And Vet Girl, come here, cheeky devil. Claiming cheeky kisses, you beautiful human beings. Friends, if you could stick around for the raid, even if it's on like 5-10 minutes, just to go throw some love at another wonderful individual, it helps me out because it shows that I have such a wonderful, loving community. It helps out the other streamer because it means that they get a whole lot of new people coming in and loving on that community. And it helps all of you people because you get to see a brand new streamer that you might not, well, you might know them already and love them already because they're a decent human being. It might be somebody completely new and you get to see somebody new. Do you know what I mean? That's the reason why we always do it. For you, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like, claiming cheeky kisses? Friends, we're going to go raid our dear friend Jess Playing. We're going to go raid our dear friend Jess Playing, who is a wonderful, wonderful being who I love very, very dearly, and I find her absolutely fucking hilarious. You people want dad jokes? Jess Playing is dad joke central. Good lord. Friends, if you are not in the raid at the top of chat, you can't really see it on the thingy, but if you're not in the raid on top of chat or what have you, could you please click on the link that I have just thrown out there, twitch.tv/Jess Playing, because Jess is amazing and glorious, but sometimes Twitch likes to leave people behind. Thank you all so much for being here. Thanks so much for raids, the subs, and gift subs, all the cheeky little bees. Thank you so much for spending your time here. Thanks so much for taking part in this wonderful adventure of the Labyrinth. I really, really appreciate it. It's very, very kind of you to be a part of this with me. Thanks so much. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I hope that you're loving it. I will put this on the VODs channel in the next day or so. I've got a busy weekend, but I should find some time on Sunday to be able to do that. So that should be going live very, very, very soon. Friends, I'll be back on Monday at 7 p.m. BST. That's 7 p.m. British time, where we will be chatting some shit, as we tend to do on a Monday. And then don't forget, we've got Tuesday and Wednesday as usual. And on Thursday, we've got an extra stream of reading the next few chapters of Dracula for an audiobook stream. But friends, until Monday, don't do anything I wouldn't do, because if I wouldn't do it, it'll fucking kill you. I'll see you all later. Bye bye bye.